सर नमस्कार नमस्कार सर।
हाँ,
यस
कैसे हो?
सर, गुड टू सी यू आफ्टर लॉन्ग टाइम। हेलो।
यस, मेरे आपने भेजा है क्या?
हाँ लिंक
ईमेल
भेजा है सर।
ईमेल पे किस किस
ईमेल पे
आईडी से
नहीं,
आया है?
व्हाट्सएप पे आपके व्हाट्सएप पे।
हाँ, व्हाट्सएप। हाँ, अभी तो मैं
हाँ,
मोबाइल से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ।
अच्छा।
मैं देख रहा था, मैं लैपटॉप से जुड़ जाता तो क्या है कि मोबाइल पे फोन आते हैं तो कट जाता है।
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
ठीक है, मैं इसी लिंक को मेरे मेल पे ले लेता हूँ, फिर मैं जुड़ जाता हूँ।
जुड़ जाते, यस यस। सो नाइस ऑफ यू
जी।
सर, थैंक यू थैंक
राइट।
यू, यस।
So all request, please. All the participants are requested to switch off your mic, please.
हेलो
हेलो, हाँ, गुड मॉर्निंग।
गुड मॉर्निंग। वो एक लिस्ट राजेश कानवरिया जी को बोले थे भेज देने के लिए, कौन कौन हैं इससे कनेक्टेड, तो उन लोगों को ये करेंगे ना, वेलकम में बोलेंगे।
सर, वो आ रहा है, आपके पास
तो
ही आ रहा है सर।
आ रहे हैं?
हाँ, आ रही है।
ओके ओके।
माथुर, प्रोफेसर माथुर।
अच्छा, हो गए।
यस यस, कल बोला था मैंने उनको, फिर मॉर्निंग में भी अगेन आई रिपीट हिम। मैं सर,
जी
आपका
जी।
तो इवेंट है, आपको तो आना ही है।
अच्छा अच्छा, गुड। तो
यस
अच्छा हुआ।
यस।
अभी अभी 10-15 से शुरू करेंगे।
हाँ, यस
तब तक अपने लोग सब रहना चाहिए प्रेजेंट, ताकि सामने को नहीं लगना चाहिए कि हम ही लोग नहीं हैं।
यस यस।
पहले आप इंट्रोडक्शन दे देंगे प्रोग्राम के लिए,
सर,
और फिर मुझे बोल देंगे वेलकम एड्रेस के लिए।
वेलकम एट। यस
हाँ, और फिर आर्य गुप्ता जी को ही बोलना होगा, चूंकि उनकी फ्लाइट है, तो
सर।
वो वहीं से वो बात करेंगे एयरपोर्ट से, तो जल्दी उनसे ये मेंशन कर दीजिएगा, चूंकि वो आउट ऑफ स्टेशन है और उनकी फ्लाइट है, तो
यस।
इसीलिए although he is the chief guest, but I'm requesting him to uh, give his blessing with a few words.
ठीक है सर।
हाँ, और सबका तो नाम मालूम ही है ना, जो OSD2 गवर्नर साहब
हाँ, यस
हैं,
यस 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 यस।
ग्लोरी मैडम है।
मैडम है, यस।
जी जी।
तो immediately after your welcome address, then I will switch over to VC sir.
VC सर, मैं पहले
हाँ,
बता दूंगा अपने ही स्पीच में कि इस तरह से उनको प्रॉब्लम है
प्रॉब्लम है, यस
VC
सर।
साहब को, तो
यस।
इसीलिए मैं बोल, फिर आप बता
हाँ, वो
दीजिएगा
कर सर। फिर आफ्टर दैट
उनके बारे में।
ग्लोरी मैडम। हाँ, आफ्टर दैट ग्लोरी मैडम, देन
हाँ
जायसवाल जी, देन माथुर सर,
हाँ।
प्रोफेसर माथुर, देन
साहब
टर्न
पहले,
ऑफ।
सर पहले, चीफ गेस्ट लास्ट में, मतलब वो जायसवाल जी लास्ट में।
अच्छा, जायसवाल जी लास्ट में। ग्लोरी सबसे पहले, माथुर, प्रोफेसर माथुर, ग्लोरी मैडम।
हाँ, प्रोफेसर धीरेन्द्र माथुर, पहले धीरेन्द्र माथुर साहब,
ठीक है, ठीक है।
इसके बाद ये
ग्लोरी मैडम।
ग्लोरी मैडम, और
हाँ,
फिर गोविंद राम जायसवाल जी।
ठीक है।
जी जी। हाँ,
माइक ऑफ करिए, आप फोन पे बात कर रहे
अभी नहीं, इनसे बात कर रहा था, राठी जी से अभी।
हाँ? ओ, Yes, Honorable Vice Chancellor will be joining shortly. So it is requested to wait for another 5 seconds. Hello, good morning to all participants. We're going to start. Before I just want to give a plan how Shankara Group of Institutions has made certain plans for the forthcoming events. And next week, we have planned for teaching methodologies. Now, because of lot of changes and most of the topics are put on online, so Shankara felt the need that there should be some advanced type of technology, advanced type of teaching methodologies, so that it is of great help to our students. So that events we have planned in the next week, commencing from coming Monday. After that, because of the higher educations, that opens a lot of opportunities for the graduates. So we also felt the needs, and Rajasthan Technical University was quite apprehensive that we should go for this type of programs so that the technical students who pass out from their respective areas, respective fields, they are properly groomed at that level so that they get proper employment opportunities. That we also felt the need because of this COVID-19, things have been affected largely. So we thought that how the employees can be engaged. Say graduates are ready for the jobs, how they can be engaged in IT industries after post-COVID periods. So we have invited experts, practical experts from the fields who will be deliberating at length what are the various HR practices and what are the various steps they have followed after post-COVID periods that employees feels at home while discharging their duties. The mega events is lined up on 19th and 20th of next month, Global Hackathon. Dear participants, this is not only academic activities, so that the students who pass out and who have got the keen interest in starting their own business enterprises, so that they become tomorrow's entrepreneurs, so that do not depend on the jobs from private or public sector, rather create the jobs. So this we have kept a visions at our level. On 19th and 20th, global hackathon, students get lot of business so that they can come out with lot of business opportunities. We will be displaying our posters for their information so that get themselves ready and come out some business ideas. And we have also invited experts, and in case of these students they conceive some good ideas, so further scopes, opportunities to business can be there. Last year also we Shankara with the corporations of Rajasthan Technical University organized hackathon where more than 500 participants they participated, and they come out with very novel ideas. And most of their ideas were appreciated, recognized. His Excellency Gaudet sirs appreciated with the prize, suitably rewarded.
तो फर्स्ट राइट डाउन बेटा आपका क्या नाम है आपने
Please keep off.
बीएससी मैथमेटिक्स कहाँ से आप बेटा क्या नाम है आपने क्या किया हुआ है
Hello, Dr. Wahbab. Kindly switch off your mic, please.
Okay. As regards the present workshops, which we are commencing from today, the topic is Internet of Things and Artificial Intelligence. This subject is of high importance to our students, to our faculty members, because all this present technology is going to be applied in futures in one way or the other ways. Now, see robots. Few days before a small documentary in for a Japan this things hotel, where Robert was doing everything. He was taking care of the guest. He was receiving the guest. He was putting the briefcase of the guest in the hotels, serving water, asking for further requirement, switching on the TV. Everything he was taking care of. Now, keeping these minds that the topic is of great importance to our faculty members, to the public also at large, to the students at large. Shankara, therefore, has designed these programs on Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. So we have lined up 4-5 events in the lectures, and our faculties members, they are keenly involved in all those things. And with the blessing with our chairmen to all our staff members, we are putting all efforts so that all these events are lined up, get a great success. And therefore, we have also invited eminent personalities, particularly those people who are expertise in their practical fields. So, and so that our students, participants, our faculty members, they don't face any doubts in their mind. They don't carry any doubts in their minds, and whatever queries, whatever doubts they have in their mind, they must get it clarified. So my request to all the participants is queries as much as possible. Try to understand the subjects from the practical insights, not only simply carry forward the theoretical aspects of the subjects. Because these topics are of great importance, Internet of Things, because now these days nobody can survive without internet. So it is of these are of great importance. And our efforts have been that we should take more and more our eminent speakers from the practical sides who are already working, who are on these type of technologies, so that they can get clarified your doubts, your any apprehensions is there. So just with us for a few minutes. Honorable Vice Chancellor will be joining us shortly.
You have unmuted your call.
Sir, dear participants, our Honorable Vice is shortly joining with us. In the meantime, I just give it highlights to the participants that Shankara institutions has made a lot of collaboration has entered with various institutes. Recently, with Croatia, this leading university of Croatia, and most important MOU that we have entered with the National Institutes of Agriculture Marketing. This institute is stations is located here in where we have made a lot of collaborative efforts to sign this memorandum of understanding on various areas, consultancies, research, teaching, exchange programs, and because of this, many of are held on the common platforms with the NAM as well as with the Shankra. Even in the hackathons, global hackathon, which we have visualized, we have schedules in the coming months. A lot of these efforts, collaborative efforts, their nations, their joint efforts are coming to us, and there's also the Shankara has also made this collaborative agreements with European Union of Universities, where some exchange programs in the two Shankara groups and some European universities are conducted. Some exchange programs are there. Students are also goes there for on scholarships.
जी हाँ जी
Just
जी नमस्कार सर, स्वागत है आपका। महोदय का स्वागत।
नमस्कार। मैंने आपके प्रोग्राम में आने के लिए कल फ्लाइट को प्रीपोन किया और शाम को जयपुर आया।
मेरा प्रोग्राम नहीं है सर, ये तो आप हुआ है, ये तो आपके द्वारा गिफ्टेड है पूरे स्टूडेंट के लिए, फैकल्टी के लिए और आरटीयू के लिए।
आपने कहा गोविंद जायसवाल साहब आ रहे हैं, तो फिर मैंने इंश्योर किया कि अब तो मुझे जाना है जिससे कि मैं प्रोग्राम में रहूं।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
जी बार बार पूछ रहे हैं।
नमस्कार सर। नमस्कार। Sir, and good morning to Honorable Vice Chancellors, Professor R. Gupta, Sri Govind Jaiswal ji, Principal OSD, to Honorable Rajasthan of Government of Rajasthan, M.S. Glory Savapa, Director General, MSME, our Shankara Institute's Chairman, Dr. Sant Kumar Chaudhary, and Dr. Joint Directors, guiding stars from Rajasthan Technique, Mathur, Professor Bharinder Mathur, and coordinators from the RTU, participants to the workshop. At the outset, the family feel highly honored to Professor Gupta, Sri Govind Jaiswal and Madam Glory for accepting the invitations to the inaugural event day workshop. I, Dr. R.S. from Shankara Group of Institutions, welcome you all to these 5 days workshops on Internet of Things and Artificial Intelligence. I take the opportunity to brief you about Shankara Group of Institutions and about the purpose and objective of the workshop. As education is the parent organization of Shankara Group of Institutions, Dr. Sant Kumar Chaudhary is himself an established leader of more than 50 institutes spread over in more than 9 states across the country. The group helps millions of people enroll developments, healthcare, education, agriculture, vocational training, etc. Technical education has made the torchbearer of social service sector. The trust at present runs primary schools, inter-degree colleges, engineering, management colleges, teachers training college, eye hospital, nurse, Kirsi Vigyan Kendra, watershed development program, etc. The trust has a collaboration with the European Union of Universities. I also feel honored to be invited by one of the leading universities of Croatia to conduct programs on this basis. Furthermore, enters a memorandum of understanding with National Institutes of Agriculture, Marketing, NIAM, Jaipur. It has been envisaged in the MOU that both the parties will work with collaborative efforts to conduct research, consultancy, education, outreach programs, exchange programs, study visits, national and international conferences. Shankara Group of Institutions believes in the overall development of persons, and to meet this, the college invites eminent personalities, technocrats from prominent institutes, corporate. In this direction, a business activity in collaboration of Rajasthan Technical University under TQP was conducted last year, wherein more than 600 participants from various states took part. The winners who translated their business ideas into a definite tangible products by using technology were facilitated and awarded by His Excellency Sri Kalraj Misraji, Governor of Rajasthan, in presence of many international and national dignitaries. A similar global hackathon has also we have lined up in the next month, 19th and 20th of March. As regards this workshop, the workshops on Internet of Things and Artificial Intelligence has been designed under the visionary leadership of Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor, who conceived the idea to groom the faculty members in today's context in the area of Internet of Things and Artificial Intelligence, in turn would be of great benefit to the large. That is, understanding technology for future applications. Respected sir, your overt dream to impart quality technical education to our students in various fields will certainly be achieved by undertaking such workshop. And Shankara Group of Institutions is taking a step in this direction under your benign blessing. The eminent speakers for the present workshops are expertise in their fields and have practical exposures in their areas. The main purpose of this workshop is to help the participant to understand the key concepts and advance understanding on Internet of Things and artificial intelligence, and also to explore research opportunities and challenges in these areas. Shankara feel honors and proud Vice Chancellors for the foresight he has provided for this program. Shankara also feel privileged to Professor Dhirendra Mathurji that due to his untiring efforts, if I'm not wrong, more than 250 faculty programs have been conducted in various affiliate institutes during the present sessions. Now I request Dr. Chand Kumar Shankara Group of Institutions to welcome the dignitaries by his resounding speech. Over to sir.
सुस्वागतम सुस्वागतम। पुनः एक बहुत ही सौभाग्य का दिन है कि कुलाधिपति महोदय श्री माननीय कलराज मिश्रा जी के से शुभकामना से एवं मेरे कुलपति प्रोफेसर आर्य गुप्ता जी, प्रोफेसर धीरेन्द्र माथुर जी और के इस आयोजन के अति विशिष्ट अतिथि के रूप में श्री गोविंद राम जायसवाल जी, जो विशेषाधिकारी है ये कुलाधिपति के, श्री कलराज मिश्रा जी के, उन्होंने अपने बहुमूल्य समय दे करके हमें धन्य किया है। मैं तरफ से उपस्थित सभी महान अतिथियों का आज विशेषकर अति विशिष्ट अतिथि के रूप में डॉक्टर श्री मैडम, जो डायरेक्टर जनरल है MSME की, उपस्थित हुई हैं। मैं आप सबका स्वागत करता हूं। ये आयोजन आज कुलाधिपति महोदय के विशेष एवं कुलपति महोदय प्रोफेसर आर्य गुप्ता जी के अथक प्रयास से इस तरह का आयोजन संभव हुआ है। पहले भी था, लेकिन का आयोजन अब जो हो रहा है वो कुछ विशेष है, खास करके जो है तकनीकी शिक्षण संस्थान, उनका राजस्थान तकनीकी विश्वविद्यालय का जो परस्पर संबंध बना है, ये अद्वितीय है, अविस्मरणीय है, और इसका कितना भी गाथा गाया जाए वो कम है। ये प्रोफेसर आर्य गुप्ता जी का अथक प्रयास है कि टेक्यूब 3 के आयोजन को 30 मार्च तक के लिए बढ़ाया गया है भारत सरकार की ओर से। और जैसा कि प्रोफेसर राठी साहब ने बोला कि लगभग 200 से भी ज्यादा इस तरह का एफडीपी का प्रोग्राम आयोजित हो चुका है। और आप पुनः राजस्थान तकनीकी विश्वविद्यालय एवं शंकरा के संयुक्त तत्वावधान में जो इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स एंड आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, ये आज की बहुत ही डिमांड है। आज का ये विषय बहुत ही चर्चित है, बहुत ही आवश्यक है। आज इस युग में जहां टेक्नोलॉजी इतना आगे गया है, मैं समझता हूं कि इस तरह का सब्जेक्ट पे एफडीपी का आयोजन होना हमारे सभी शिक्षकों के लिए, छात्रों के लिए, और विशेषकर रिसर्च स्कॉलर के लिए भी जो इस क्षेत्र में कार्य कर रहे हैं, काफी उपयोगी होगा। मैं प्रोफेसर अनिल माथुर जी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिनका कि सहयोग हर समय मिलता रहता है, और आरटीयू और निजी शिक्षण संस्थानों को जोड़ने में उनका भी बहुत ही अच्छा रोल रहा है और रह रहा है। आज इस आयोजन के लिए एक बार पुनः मैं कुलाधिपति महोदय श्री कलराज मिश्रा जी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि उनके कार्यकाल में जितने आयोजन हो रहे हैं वो अब ये रहेगा और बहुत ही लाभप्रद हो रहा है। खास करके आर्य जो मार्गदर्शन सभी संस्थानों को, सभी शिक्षकों को, सभी छात्रों को मिल रहा है, ये काफी लाभप्रद सिद्ध हो रहा है। आप धीरेन्द्र माथुर जी उनको इस तरह से नजदीक लाने में निजी शिक्षण संस्थानों को और विश्वविद्यालय को, आप जो दोनों के बीच में एक समन्वय के रूप में जो कार्य करते हैं, आप भी धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। मैं श्री गोविंद राव का तहे दिल से शुक्रगुजार हूं। एक छोटे से निवेदन पे आपने हमारा निमंत्रण स्वीकार किया और अपने ओजस्वी वाणी से हमारे शिक्षकों को मार्गदर्शन देंगे। प्रोफेसर आर्य का जो आशीर्वचन अपने शब्दों से होगा, वो भी शिक्षकों छात्रों के लिए बहुआयामी और बहुत ही उपयोगी होगा। डॉक्टर ग्लोरी स्वरूपा मैडम, आपका जो अनुभव है और आपका जो स्नेह शंकरा परिवार से है, वो भुलाया नहीं जा सकता है। और एक छोटे से रिक्वेस्ट पे आपने भी हमारा आमंत्रण स्वीकार किया, आज आप यहाँ उपस्थित हुई हैं। मैं आपका भी तहे दिल से शुक्रगुजार हूँ और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि हमारे शिक्षक, हमारे छात्र सभी आपको सुनेंगे और काफी इससे लाभान्वित होंगे। मैं इस अवसर पे डॉक्टर सीमा अग्रवाल जी, डॉक्टर एमएल मीना जी, वेंकट श्रीकांत जी, सत्यसाई जगन्नाथ नंदा जी, दलवीर दहिया जी, अपन जैन साहब, मिस्टर अजय गोदारा जी, ये सभी स्पीकर जो हमारे निमंत्रण को स्वीकार किए और इस सुअवसर पे अपना बहुमूल्य समय देने के लिए आप यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं। मैं तहे दिल से आपका शुक्रगुजार हूँ, आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि ये आयोजन सफल होगा। लास्ट बट नॉट लिस्ट, जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट हैं जो इस आयोजन में जुड़े हैं, मैं आपका स्वागत करता हूँ। शंकरा परिवार इस तरह का आयोजन करती रही है, आगे भी करेगी, और आज इस आयोजन में आप पार्टिसिपेंट जितने भी उपस्थित हुए हैं, मैं आपका स्वागत करता हूं और उम्मीद व्यक्त करता हूं कि ये अवश्य ही बहुत ही सफल होगा। और मैं विशेषकर श्री कलराज मिश्रा जी का एक बार आभार व्यक्त करते हुए अपने आए हुए सभी अतिथियों का सम्मान व्यक्त करते हुए इस कार्यक्रम को सहयोग अपेक्षित है और उम्मीद करता हूं कि अगले महीने जब 19-20 को ग्लोबल हैकाथॉन का आयोजन होगा, महामहिम कुलाधिपति महोदय जी का भी आशीर्वाद मिलेगा, आप लोगों का पार्टिसिपेशन होगा और वो भी एक अपने आप में अद्वितीय होगा। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ एक बार फिर आप सबका बहुत बहुत स्वागत, सुस्वागतम, सुस्वागतम और बहुत बहुत आभार। धन्यवाद।
Thanks so much, sir, for sharing welcome address to all the dignitaries and your kind words to the participants. Now, I request Professor Mathurji to speak a few words on TQ. Because of his so much busy schedules, so many activities are being lined up, even in the past, in the futures, and what are the further, his line of thinking for these type of programs. Over to Professor Dhirendra Mathurji.
बहुत बहुत नमस्कार साहब और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने मुझे बुलाया। ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर आर ए गुप्ता साहब, श्रीमान गोविंदराम जायसवाल जी, प्रिंसिपल ओएसडी गवर्नर ऑफ राजस्थान, श्री संत कुमार जी साहब, चेयरमैन एसआईटी ग्रुप, मैडम ग्लोरी Sarupa, Director MSME, all other distinguished guests, all the eminent speakers, and dear participants. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to be part of the inaugural function of this 5-day FDP on IoT and artificial intelligence, which is being organized and hosted by SIT under the aegis of TechCube 3. We all know that IoT and AI is a emerging area, and under TechCube 3, our mandate has been to bring improvement in the quality of engineering education in the affiliating colleges through different kinds of academic activities and different kinds of training programs and workshops. In the past 3 years, we have been doing very successfully with the support of all our affiliating colleges, and different kind of topics, different kind of emerging areas, technologies, and have been chosen by our organizing teams of RTU and of all the affiliating institutions, so that our students and faculty members, they get the latest work being done in the emerging areas and latest knowledge from all the eminent speakers around the country. In the pandemic situation, since July, we have been conducting all our academic activities in online mode, and very successfully we have conducted more than 200 activities for the benefit of students and faculty members. We are in the last quarter of this project, and I hope that in the remaining time of the project we will be doing many more activities so that nothing is left out in the project. I must also convey that we are also developing one IoT lab and also procuring an AI server under the TechCube 3 program, and I hope that towards the end of the project we should be able to announce that we have done so. Already the procurement activities are going on, and we hope that before the project we will be able to establish these two things, and which are very important. I thank once again organizing team of RTU and of SIT for this 5-day FDP, and I also thank all the eminent speakers, distinguished guests, for gracing this 5-day, the inaugural function of this 5-day FDP. And I wish that all the participants will definitely be benefited by the expertise and by the experiences being shared by our eminent speakers. And thank you very much, and I wish the success for this FDP. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
So much, sir, that you have laid a lot
Yes,
of this importance on areas. Already has spoken about the importance of this current workshop that Shankara is going to is organizing from today, and our gratitude to you all. Various type of workshops on emerging areas so that our faculty members and our students can get a benefits of these workshops. And it is also a salute to you that despite your more than 200 such workshops have already been conducted, and it is nice to hear shortly 2 projects are being launched. One of the important thing is lab on Internet of Things. Thank you again, sir. Now,
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
To Madam Glory to be this thing, and before she take over the stage to speak, I will just give a brief profile of Madam Glory. Madam Glory is a professional in the field of entrepreneurships and skill developments with 22 years of experience. Otherwise, it does not look to be of 22 years of experience. Has worked with various union ministries like Coffee Boards, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Agriculture, etc. Her expertise in policy advocacy, program designing, research, training, consultancy. She has experience conducting more than 150 training programs on skills and entrepreneurship developments. She has handled more than research independently, published 34 papers in well-established journals. Honors with excellence in education in the 7th Principals and Teaching Awards 2018. And more importantly, she has the knowledge language. She can write, speak English, Hindi, Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada, and Tamil. So we're fortunate that Madam Glory is with us. Just would request you to share your views, your ideas on this current workshops or your personal things, whatever you want to speak. Over to Madam Glory.
Namaskar. Today's chief guest, Professor Arya Gupta, and today's special guest of honor, Sri Govindram Jaiswalji, and the chairman, Shankara Group of Institutions, Dr. Santakumar Chaudhary, Dr. Dhirendra Madhurji, and Dr. Ranbir Rati, other eminent distinguished speakers on board, and participants, faculty members, students, and Shankara family. A very good morning to all of you, and greetings from National Institute for MSME, Hyderabad, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. I'm so much honored and privileged. In fact, I'm so glad to be part of this inaugural session, to be on board with you all. Thank you so much, and thanks to Chaudhary sir for inviting me to be part of this inaugural session. I really congratulate the Rajasthan Technical University for conducting 200 online FTP program. I think it is a commendable job during the lockdown being carried out. Even DST has conducted several programs, but being a state university, you could reach 200 into at least 100 to 2,000 people. You could reach the faculty members. It's really appreciable, sir. So TechPip 3 is doing very well. Even other institutions who are funded by this TechPip 3 have invited me to deliver some lectures and all. So thank you very much for conducting these programs, and it is also good to learn that you are coming out with your own laboratory for IoT and AI. Today we know that everyone's focus is on Internet of Things. machine learning and artificial intelligence and data management. And the statistics show that huge data will be grown and most of devices to be connected on internet by 2025. That's what they envisage. The solution is integration of these three technologies, namely IoT, ML, and AI. Of course, this FDP are focusing only on two, but ML also goes very much with this. I think elsewhere you may be conducting in combination of all these technologies, I believe. This machine learning algorithms eliminate optimization and estimation of process and allow to learn the patterns by itself and take autonomous decisions without new set of rules and regulations. Actually, there is a lot of potential, lot of tremendous in these areas coming up. And in this FDP, I believe various architect and techniques related to algorithms of this IoT, ML, and AI are to be incorporated and it to be taught, and a lot of advanced information related to these technologies and skills to be imparted, I believe. And the benefits are fourfold to me. Like there are several benefits, but I have just gone through the information and IoT and AI. Firstly, to educational facilities, educational institutions, like forward learning technologies, and the IoT can help universities build educational spaces that are immersive with virtual reality and enhanced reality, so that their students can learn more intelligently. They can provide students the sense that they are on the spot, enriching their experience as well as teaching experience for faculty. And new sophisticated facilities are being created that can do more to attract top students and faculty. And not only in India, across the globe. So the studies have been initiated, these techniques have been utilized, and a lot of progress has been taken care. Multiple learning scenarios can support this approach. For example, in a lesson on geology and volcanoes, students can experience live 3D information sent through live feeds, sensors, and other data of an active volcano in Indonesia, Japan, or Italy. So that is the importance of this technology, and that's how students and faculty can empower themselves. And one step further, this IoT and AI opens up the possibilities of students in a classroom in North America. So when it can happen in North America, so it can very much happen in India. That's what I believe, and I suggest the faculty and students to use more these technologies and encourage the students to take up more assignments, so that our country's name also will be in the global index and it will be listed. Even students can use these technologies at their home, interacting and sharing information with their friends and the experts and the faculty. And it is very much happening in Europe and in Asian countries also. That's how India, we can also use this technology because we have national institutions of importance like IITs, and most of the institutions, group of institutions like Shankara and so many universities can very well adopt this. And it is also very much helpful in research. So the research also can be powered by AI. It can be used to increase researchers' network to in similar fields, create connections across disciplines that are currently working in silos, and find new insights in papers. So while writing a paper or while integrating the data, so this is very much useful. AI can aggregate, curate, and help the student and researchers conduct their analysis and help them focus what they need. So as per the objectives, they can use the AI application and can conclude an effective and purposeful research. And in infrastructure development also, this the techniques, the tools, what you are discussing, the IoT and AI are very much important. The infrastructure in a university can be connected to the devices of researchers, students, and professors, so the university staff can better plan and use the educational spaces. And students can find out in advance if a study pod is available and if they can work with their peers online instead. So researchers can find out if their lab is available in real time or book a lab elsewhere. So even they can save the time and they can get linked with the experts. That's how the infrastructure. Artificial intelligent lab. And In the personalized learning solutions also, there is a lot of scope and potential for this artificial intelligence and IoT. Smart interconnected sensors would be able to recognize when students are distracted by a certain lecture and change the learning solution for that lecture subject. So that's how, in a classroom situation also, we can monitor how students are finding it interesting. And feedback on students' learning and alertness state can be shared with the professors for better connect with their classes. So the teaching methodology can be improved, even student interest can be improved by applying all these techniques. Application of AI, MOT, IoT should be extended in agriculture system also. So though students are from science and technology background, but agriculture is the backbone and it should be extended there. And most importantly, research directions in healthcare system, because of to fight this COVID-19 and to develop more and more immune related products and vaccines. So it should be looked into. An intelligent system for smart cities and home automation using Google Assistants also should be developed. So that's how we should encourage the faculty and the student community. FDP should explore various research opportunities and challenges in the field of IoT, ML, and AI and its applications. I am also happy to share that we are going to establish a center of excellence in future skills, that is smart manufacturing technologies, sponsored by Ministry of Electronics Information Technology, the Government of India. So our proposal is under active consideration. Last week we had a presentation with the Joint Secretary, and we are coming up with this kind of lab. And I also encourage the participating faculty. So you can also take up these kind of proposals to establish a dedicated lab in your university or in your institution, so that our country gets benefited at large, and faculty are empowered, and our students are very smart, but they should be oriented towards smarter technologies. I thank the Shankara family, the chairman sir, for giving me this opportunity to share few thoughts, and I wish all the success to this program, and my best wishes and my appreciation to the Rajasthan Technical University and Shankara Group. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Said, Madam has appreciated the efforts being made by TQ for organizing such programs. She has highlighted the importance, the benefits of these workshops, things and artificial intelligence. According to her, if three technologies, machine learning, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence are integrated, they can create a lot of potentialities. She has also referred that these technologies are at the advanced stage in many European countries, in US, but slowly, gradually, the importance of these technologies are being felt by our countries also, by our students, because the benefits which these technologies they impart in multiple learnings, research, agricultures, in various areas, these technologies can be integrated, can be applied, and there is a lot of potentialities in these technologies. Thank you very much, Madam, for highlighting the importance of these workshops. Now, I request respected Sri Govind Jaiswal ji to speak a few words. I just give a brief profile of Sri Govind Jaiswal ji, who is presently OSD to Honorable Governor of Rajasthan, of Government of Rajasthan. He experienced administrators and demonstrated history of working in international trade and development industries. Area of expertise, negotiation that you face, strategic plannings, and the leadership. Prior to your present assignment, Sri Govind Jaiswal ji has worked with Government of Uttarakhand on various positions as academic administrators, officer on special duties, and senior education administrators. Sir, I request you to speak a few words on this inaugural event. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ranbir Rathi ji. this Rajasthan Technical University Kota in association with Shankara Institute of Technology Jaipur द्वारा आयोजित इस फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम जिसका सब्जेक्ट है इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स एंड आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के चीफ गेस्ट प्रोफेसर आर्य गुप्ता साहब, स्पेशल गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर मिस एस ग्लोरी स्वरूपा मैम, चेयरमैन शंकरा ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन डॉक्टर संत कुमार चौधरी जी, टेक्यूब 3 कोऑर्डिनेटर डॉक्टर धीरेन्द्र माथुर जी, डॉक्टर सीमा अग्रवाल, डॉक्टर अमल मीना, and other participants in this seminar. I'm honored to be invited by Chaudhary Saab again with this august presence of honorable speakers, honorable guests here. Actually, I wanted to share some thoughts on this faculty development program, especially the issue related to artificial intelligence and Internet of Things, IoT. This is the future because we are now working Industry Revolution 4.0. That's very important thing because if we see the first industrial revolution was from 1700 to 1800 when this Renaissance took place in Europe. Second industrial revolution was in the early part of 20th century, from 1900 to 1950 onwards. Third industrial revolution started in 1950s, late 50s, and it was in the first decade. It was over by first decade of 20th century. Now, we are entering into Industrial Revolution 4.0. That's very important because now in place of human beings, machines are going to talk to each other. It's a new phase in human history कि मशीनें आपस में बात करेंगी, आदमी का काम मशीनें करने लगेंगी. आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इस तरीके का है कि एक एक मूवमेंट आदमी का या उसकी चीजों का, उसके इंटरेस्ट का, दैट विल बी ट्रैक्ड बाय द मशीन्स, द टेक्नोलॉजी. तो जो द फैकल्टीज हु आर टेकिंग पार्ट इन दिस वर्कशॉप, they are fortunate enough to share these thoughts on Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. Because we have to take care of holistic approach to manufacturing now. It's going to be a big thing because IoT and artificial intelligence are integrated to each other. This artificial intelligence, AI, gives access to real-time data transfer to IoT. And the machines are taking decisions on its own. अब गाड़ियों का एक्सीडेंट नहीं होगा because of IoT. They will run on their own. There will be no need of drivers. तो जो भी faculties who are taking part in this workshop, I request them to go through the real IoT and artificial intelligence, and especially its application in the welfare of humankind, in the welfare of environment, and in easing out the tensions and the other aspects of human miseries. Because both the technology has pros and cons. So pros and cons, we have to measure, we have to consider, we have to weigh. So with participation of our best technical university and with the assistance of Professor Arya Gupta, Professor Mathur in this FDP, and active participation of National Institute of MSME Hyderabad, I hope this workshop is going to be grand success, and the participants in this workshop are going to be benefited a lot because it's a catchword of today's world. It's catchword of Internet of Things and industrial artificial intelligence is going to make a huge impact on the world scenario. And this corona period has been a blessing in disguise, especially for development of this technology. This IoT and AI can be a big contributor to the development of learning management system, because now we are connected through internet, which was not possible कि एक जगह पे सारे इतने बड़े लोग और सारे टीचर्स सारे स्टूडेंट्स इस तरीके से कनेक्टेड हों और सब लोग अपने काम भी करते रहें. Now this will be more helpful if we develop the LMS with the help of IoT and AI. And I hope this development of cyber physical system is going to be of great benefit to students and the teachers. Teachers को टाइम पे ओरिएंटेशन, टाइम पर उनका रिफ्रेशर कोर्स, टाइम पे उनको नई नई चीजों से बताना, बिकॉज अल्टीमेटली फैकल्टी को लगातार पढ़ते रहना सबसे जरूरी है. अगर उनको बच्चों से रिस्पेक्ट चाहिए, अगर उनको बच्चों को इम्पार्ट करना चाहते हैं, वो करिकुलम ट्रांजैक्शन करना चाहते हैं, they need to study hard, they need to study regularly, and these type of workshops are going to help them a lot because it's a contemporary topic. With the help of Shankara Institute of Technology and Rajasthan Technical University, I wish them luck. I wish Shankara Institute also. I congratulate him, congratulate Professor Chaudhary. I am thankful to Ms. S. Glory Sorupa ma'am from National Institute of MSME, Hyderabad. And I especially a special thanks to Professor Arya Gupta to come in the event and to assist you all. With these words, I again wish my luck to all the participants and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your nice words. Sir has touched and artificial intelligence. This is the future because human being going to survive without integrations of IoT and artificial intelligence. Sir has touched that we are going through the industrial revolutions 4A at present, and machines are going to talk together. There will be less human touch. And after integrations of Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, this will have a great impact on humankind. The human miseries will be minimized, and this today's learning management system emphasize that through these technologies, there is a lot of opportunities and scopes in the learning management systems. And the most important words that accidents, there will be no accident. After integrations of these technologies, drivers, the persons who is driving the vehicle can in advance can know about where he's likely to accidents, and he can be more careful in driving. So thank you very much for your giving a lot of importance. Now, I request Professors Arya Gupta, Honorable Vice Chancellors, before he take over, I just give a brief profile. Professor Arya Gupta is Vice Chancellor, Rajasthan Technical Universities. He is an acclaimed, eminent academic scholars, but also administrator. Has worked on various positions of administrative responsibility at MNIT Jaipur. As independent director on the board of Vidyut Vikrant Nigams at Jaipur Jodhpur, and Ajmer. Professor Gupta has in various areas of electricals and published about more than 20 research and has also guided 18 PhD scholars. Professor Gupta receives eminent engineers awards for contributions to the professions of electrical engineers. Traveled to various countries, Switzerland, Spain, London, on assignment. Sir believes in the motto, keeps adding value to what you do all your life. Professor Gupta has also been assigned many administrative responsibilities state governments. Or, sir, over to you.
Yeah, good morning to all of you.
Sir. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning, Rathi ji. Thank you very much for your nice introducing me.
It's my pleasure.
Jaiswal ji, Principal OSD to Honorable Governor of Rajasthan. Miss S. Glory Swarupa, Director General MSME, National Institute MSME. Then Dr. Sant Kumar Chaudhary Sahab, Chairman, Shankara Group. And you know, nowadays, he's very much busy and he's looking not only Shankara in Rajasthan, but he's looking all the institutes in Rajasthan. He's speaking how we can proceed so that every institute can develop. Then our Dhirendra Mathur Sahab, Seema Agarwal, the coordinator from RTO side, then ML Meena, and eminent speakers from Venkat Srikant from Joint Directors, CDAC Hyderabad, and then Satya Sai from MNIT Jaipur, then Tapan Jain from IIT Nagpur, then Dalveer ji, Vice President, and Surety Technologies, and Ajay Godara ji. So a lot of learned speakers are all there, including Madam Glory Swarupa. First of all, I want to convey that Professor Dhirendra Mathur basically doing a lot of wonderful work in RTU. Just I want to tell Govind ji, we have conducted more than 250 faculty development programs, hackathon, especially hackathon and HR conclave. hackathon में मैं समझता हूं more than 10,000 स्टूडेंट्स को हमने इन्वॉल्व किया है। और हैकाथन का जो बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट है वो ये है, चौधरी साहब तो दूसरा हैकाथन करने जा रहे हैं और इन्होंने जो पहला हैकाथन किया था, गोविंद जी उसमें थे, वो इतना प्रोग्रेस रहा। तो मैडम हैकाथन का जो बेसिक पर्पज है वो ये है कि स्टूडेंट्स को हम लोग इनवाइट करते हैं 3 डेज के लिए और रैंडम प्रॉब्लम्स हम इनवाइट करते हैं सोसाइटी से, गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट से एंड डिफरेंट इंडस्ट्रीज से, और वो प्रॉब्लम जो उनका होता है उसको हम फ्लोट करते हैं स्टूडेंट्स को। और आप बिलीव करेंगे कि इन 3 डेज में ये जो स्टूडेंट हैं जो हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट्स में आते हैं वो इतना वंडरफुल सॉल्यूशन हमको प्रोवाइड करते हैं जो कि वर्केबल होता है और इंडस्ट्री में बहुत यूजफुल होता है। जो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं इनको हमने बहुत कनेक्ट किया ड्यूरिंग दिस पेंडेमिक सिचुएशन। जो है हमने ऑफलाइन भी किए, ऑनलाइन भी हमने बहुत हैकाथन किए हैं, और अभी जो शंकरा में होने वाला है एक ऑफलाइन हैकाथन मार्च में होगा। उसके अलावा राजस्थान में दूसरी कॉलेजेस में भी हम करवा रहे हैं, आर्या कॉलेज में एक शायद होना है, एक JECRC में होना है। तो जो हमारे माथुर साहब हैं वो लगातार इस पे काम कर रहे हैं। और उसके अलावा फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट डिफरेंट डायरेक्शंस पे हम लोग कर रहे हैं। सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज मैं आपको बताना चाह रहा हूं वो ये है मैडम कि राजस्थान टेक्निकल यूनिवर्सिटी और ये जो हमारे एफिलिएटेड कॉलेजेस हैं, इनको मालूम है कि इनको क्या करना है। दे आर अवेयर, सो वी आर डूइंग एवरीथिंग working. Machine learning we are working. We have floated so many programs. AICT also floated these programs और हमने इनका सिलेबस अपलोड कर दिया है, बना दिया है और वो उसको निकाल दिया है। So branches are running in राजस्थान। उसके अलावा न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के अकॉर्डिंगली हमने सिलेबस रिवाइज कर दिए हैं और उस सिलेबस को रिवाइज करते टाइम हमने जो है ओपन इलेक्टिव्स को वेटेज दिया है, डिसिप्लिनरी कोर्सेज को हमने वेटेज दिया है। कैन सपोज 50%, but 40% computers, language. If he or she is interested in going to other basically area like music, so all round development we are going to do it. ये हमने सिलेबस बना दिया है and it is already floated. Now we are planning to work in multi-exit. That is very main basically our target in new education policy. Suppose one student wants to leave in first year, then we will give a little certificate to him so that he can go to do some certain assignment. अगर उसको सेकेंड ईयर में जाना है तो हम उसको दूसरे तरीके का एक सर्टिफिकेट प्रोवाइड करेंगे। अब फर्स्ट ईयर में अगर स्टूडेंट छोड़ता है, अभी हम उसको कोई सर्टिफिकेट नहीं दे सकते, बिकॉज अभी हमारा सिलेबस डिजाइंड है कि फर्स्ट ईयर में हम पढ़ाएंगे फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, मैथमेटिक्स लाइक सब्जेक्ट। टेक्निकल सब्जेक्ट अभी नहीं आ रहा है, तो कोई सर्टिफिकेट हमें देना मुश्किल होता है। तो हम इसको वापस रिवाइज करेंगे और इस तरीके से हम रिवाइज करेंगे कि फर्स्ट ईयर में भी एक टेक्निकल कंटेंट के साथ में स्टूडेंट जाएगा। ये हम न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में काम करने वाले हैं और इस पे हमने काम शुरू कर दिया है, इस पे हमारा काम चल रहा है। इसके अलावा हम एक्सीलेंस पे जो आपने भी बताया, हम आपसे चाहेंगे कि हमारा एक MOU आपसे असाइंड हो RTU के साथ में, तो हम आपको इनवाइट भी करना चाहते हैं कि आप एक बार RTU में विजिट करें, कोटा आए, हम लोग आपसे बात करना चाहेंगे। हमारे जो एफिलिएटेड कॉलेज की फैकल्टी है उनको भी इनवाइट करेंगे। मैं तो अभी ये प्लान किया है कि फर्स्ट और सेकंड वीक ऑफ मार्च में सभी चेयरमैन्स को इनवाइट कर रहा हूं कोटा। एक बार मैंने पहले भी इनवाइट किया था, उस वक्त हमने ये जानने की कोशिश की थी कि उनको क्या डिफिकल्टीज है और हमें क्या करना है। अब हम उनसे ये जानना चाह रहे हैं कि हमने कितना उनके लिए सॉल्व किया है और अब आगे क्या इश्यूज है। तो मैं चाहता हूं उस टाइम अगर आप भी वहां रहें तो एक इंटरेक्शन होगा और एक हेल्दी इंटरेक्शन में हम लोग जानेंगे कि हमारे एफिलिएटेड कॉलेजेस को क्या चाहिए और हम आपके लिए क्या कर सकते हैं। बेसिकली हमारा ये मानना है मैडम कि ह्यूमन रिसोर्स हमारे पास है, रिसोर्स आपके पास है, वी कैन जॉइन हैंड्स और एक साथ काम कर सकते हैं। हमारे स्टूडेंट्स बहुत इंटेलिजेंट है। हमने एक नई चीज शुरू करी है अभी, IPR, इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी राइट। उसमें हम इस तरह से काम करना चाह रहे हैं कि स्टूडेंट्स पहले प्रोजेक्ट जब करते थे तो वो मार्क्स लेने के लिए प्रोजेक्ट करते थे और उसके बाद वो प्रोजेक्ट्स कहीं भी डंप कर दिया करते थे। अभी हम असाइनमेंट देना शुरू किया फैकल्टी को कि फर्स्ट ईयर में भी या इंजीनियरिंग में भी, UG में भी जो प्रोजेक्ट हो वो इस लेवल का हो, उसमें इंडस्ट्री कंटेंट हो और वो रजिस्टर्ड हो जाए IPR में, वो वर्क वेस्ट नहीं जाए। बिकॉज इतना बड़ा रिसोर्स हमारे पास है, UG में थाउजेंड्स ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स हमारे पास पढ़ते हैं और हम उनको सिर्फ क्लास करवाते हैं, एकेडमिक्स करवाते हैं, सर्टिफिकेट देते हैं और छोड़ देते हैं। अब हम ऐसा नहीं करेंगे, अब उनसे हम इंटेलिजेंटली प्रोजेक्ट्स करवाएंगे, 60% थ्योरी करवाएंगे। अभी हमने एक और किया है रिफॉर्म, पहले हमारे 20% सेशनल होते थे, 80% थ्योरी होती थी, हमने इसको 30% कर दिया है सेशनल्स। सो स्टूडेंट कैन लर्न मोर इन द इंस्टीट्यूट। सो कंटिन्यूअस इवैल्यूएशन को हमने वेटेज बढ़ाया है कि ज्यादा टाइम स्टूडेंट इंस्टीट्यूट में रहेगा, उसके मिड टर्म को वैल्यू मिलेगी, उसके अदर एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर प्रोजेक्ट्स करेगा, सेमिनार्स करेगा, उनको वेटेज मिलेगा, और जो साल भर जो काम करता है उसके मार्क्स को वैल्यू देंगे हम लोग। इसलिए हमने रिलेटिव ग्रेडिंग भी कर दिया है कि सेशनल थ्योरी करके स्टूडेंट पास करेगा, तो अगर उसने सेशनल में अच्छा किया है तो स्टूडेंट फेल नहीं होगा। इस तरह की हम टेक्नोलॉजी, इस तरह का तरीका हम बना रहे हैं, और इस पे हम बहुत हेवीली वर्क कर रहे हैं। तो ये सारी चीजें हम कर रहे हैं। मैं आई एम रियली वेरी मच थैंकफुल कि इतने अच्छे स्पीकर्स आज हमारे पास हैं, और स्टूडेंट्स को, पार्टिसिपेंट्स को मैं कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करना चाहता हूं कि आज इस बेसिकली पेंडेमिक की वजह से हम लोग जो कनेक्टेड हैं ऑनलाइन, उससे इतना कंटेंट हम लोगों को मिलने लगा है। मैं बताता हूं मैडम, पहले भी हम लोग, हमारे पास बहुत अच्छा लिटरेचर हुआ करता था, बट वो हमारे को मिलता ही नहीं था। हम सिर्फ क्या करते थे, जो हमारे रेगुलर बुक्स है उनको पढ़ते थे। अब इस ऑनलाइन होने से आज कोई भी बुक कहीं भी अवेलेबल है, वो हमें ऑनलाइन अवेलेबल है, स्टूडेंट्स को हम बताते हैं और ही कैन रीड ऑल दीज बुक्स। अभी हमने एक काम और किया है, सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस के लिए हमने एप्लीकेशंस इनवाइट कर लिए हैं हमारी एफिलिएटेड कॉलेजेस से। किसी भी कॉलेज में अगर एक्स्ट्रा फैसिलिटीज, एक्स्ट्रा बेसिकली इक्विपमेंट्स आर अवेलेबल, उसको हम विजिट करेंगे, उसको रिकॉग्नाइज करेंगे, उसको हम जो है आरटीयू की तरफ से उसको बेसिकली हमारे वेबसाइट पे उसको अपलोड करेंगे, और वो फैसिलिटी जो है हमारे सभी कॉलेजेस के स्टूडेंट्स को ओपन होगी। ऑल द बाउंड्रीज बिटवीन द कॉलेजेस आर बेसिकली वी विल रिमूव ऑल दिस बाउंड्रीज। एक कॉलेज में क्या हो रहा है दूसरे इंस्टीट्यूट को मालूम चलेगा। तो अगर हमारी 5 कॉलेज में बेस्ट फैसिलिटीज अवेलेबल है तो उसका बेनिफिट सभी कॉलेजेस को मिलने वाला है। हमारे स्टूडेंट्स कहीं पे सपोज आज बेस्ट एक सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस शंकरा कॉलेज में है, रोबोटिक्स में है, तो दौसा का स्टूडेंट, बांदीकुई का स्टूडेंट वहां आकर के ट्रेनिंग ले सकता है। इंस्टीट्यूट को यह फायदा होने वाला है कि वो चाहे तो कुछ मिनिमम चार्जेस स्टूडेंट से ले सकते हैं, उनकी अर्निंग हो जाएगी, लेकिन स्टूडेंट को एक फैसिलिटी मिलेगी। तो ऐसा नहीं होगा कि उसी इंस्टीट्यूट में अगर कुछ है या नहीं है तो स्टूडेंट डिप्राइव हो जाएगा। ये हमने शुरू कर दिया है। इसके अलावा एक काम और हमने शुरू किया है कि हमारे जितने भी कॉलेजेस हैं उनसे इनवाइट कर लिया कि बेस्ट फैकल्टी अगर उनके पास है किसी एरिया में, किसी सब्जेक्ट में, तो उस फैकल्टी को हमने इनवाइट किया है और उनसे लेक्चर नोट्स बनवा रहे हैं, और वो लेक्चर नोट्स बनवा करके उनको हम चेक करवाते हैं और उसको फिर हम अपने वेबसाइट पे लोड कर रहे हैं। तो सपोज इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स का एरिया है, उसमें कोई बेस्ट फैकल्टी अगर है, उसके नोट्स अवेलेबल होंगे और उन नोट्स को कॉलेजेस के पढ़ेंगे। तो अगर किसी इंस्टीट्यूट में बेस्ट फैकल्टी नहीं है, वहां के स्टूडेंट डिप्राइव फील नहीं करेंगे, स्टूडेंट पढ़ सकते हैं। तो कहीं पर एक्सपीरियंस फैकल्टी नहीं है तो भी हमारे स्टूडेंट और फैकल्टी को कोई उस लॉस नहीं होगा। ये बाउंड्रीज भी हमने ब्रेक की है और इस तरह से हमने एक ओपन एनवायरनमेंट किया है। अभी हम जो है चेयरमैन को इनवाइट करने वाले हैं। मैं तो बेसिकली गोविंद राम जी से भी रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि गोविंद वहां पे आए, क्योंकि हमारे गवर्नर हाउस से भी इतने अच्छे काम हो रहे हैं। हमारे जो माननीय कुलाधिपति महोदय हैं वो इतने कनेक्टेड हैं, और आज उन्होंने जो है हम लोगों को नए लेने के लिए कहा है और अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। रोज मोटिवेट हमको करते हैं। सोलर के लिए कितना मोटिवेट हम लोगों को किया है गवर्नर हाउस से कि सभी कॉलेजेस में सोलर की फैसिलिटीज अवेलेबल हो। आरटीओ हमने 600 किलोवाट का सोलर लगा दिया है, और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पार्क गवर्नर साहब कितना हम लोगों को कह रहे हैं, हर इंस्टीट्यूट में हम पार्क बना रहे हैं। तो ये जो हमारे स्टूडेंट हैं जिनको पहले नहीं मालूम था, यही स्टूडेंट कंट्री है एक्चुअली में, क्योंकि इंडिया के हर कॉर्नर से स्टूडेंट आ रहे हैं जो हमारे कॉलेजेस में है। इनको कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पार्क के बारे में पता लगेगा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के बारे में पता लगेगा, और इससे हमारा कंट्री बहुत रिच होगा। ये सारा काम हमारे गवर्नर हाउस से हो रहा है। तो मैं तो गोविंद जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि जब हम चेयरमैन को बुलाएं तो आप भी हमारे यहाँ आए, आपसे भी एक संवाद जब बनेगा तो बाउंड्रीज ब्रेक होंगे और हमारे कॉलेजेस के लोग जो है वो आपसे भी कनेक्ट करेंगे। तो इस तरह की चीजें, बेसिकली बहुत सारी चीजें हैं हम लोग करना चाह रहे हैं। टाइम कम है और मेरे पास कंटेंट बहुत है बोलने के लिए, तो अभी मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं आप लोगों का, और पार्टिसिपेंट्स को मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि वो जब इस तरह की एक्टिविटी को अटेंड करें तो कुछ ना कुछ कंटेंट लेके जाएं। देखिए, ये मैं आपको बता रहा हूं मैडम, ये सभी के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट मैसेज है कि एकेडमिक्स कराना ये बहुत प्राइमरी चीज है। इससे हमारी पॉपुलैरिटी नहीं होने वाली है, हमें रिसर्च करानी पड़ेगी। हम किस लेवल के पेपर पब्लिश करते हैं, किस लेवल के प्रोजेक्ट्स करते हैं, क्या इंपैक्ट फैक्टर है आउटसाइड वर्ल्ड। अगर हम एनबीए नहीं कराते, एक्रेडिटेशन नहीं कराते हैं, अगर हम नेक नहीं कराते हैं, हमें कोई नहीं जानेगा। आने वाला टाइम जो है सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस का है, नेक का है, एनबीए का है, इसलिए पब्लिकेशन करने पड़ेंगे, नए नए प्रोजेक्ट्स करने पड़ेंगे। और फैकल्टी को, चौधरी साहब, इतना इतना मनी अवेलेबल है कि एआईसीटी में एक बार जब मैं बैठा हुआ था तो उन्होंने कहा कि इतना पैसा है कि साउथ के लोग लेके जा रहे हैं और नॉर्थ से प्रोजेक्ट ही नहीं है, प्रोजेक्ट ही नहीं है, हमारी फैकल्टी प्रोजेक्ट सबमिट नहीं करती है। ये अवेयरनेस उनको लानी है। टीएसटी में बहुत पैसा पड़ा हुआ है, जब तक हम प्रोजेक्ट नहीं बनाएंगे। और ये बता दूं आपको कि अगर प्रोजेक्ट नहीं प्रोजेक्ट पे काम नहीं करते, रिसर्च पे काम नहीं करते हैं, आपको आने वाले टाइम में रिकॉग्निशन नहीं मिलने वाली है। तो ये सारे काम हम लोगों को करने पड़ेंगे। और ये मैं मानता हूं कि राजस्थान टेक्निकल यूनिवर्सिटी जो है वो अवेयर है, वो जानती है उनको क्या करना है, उनको किस तरह से अपने एफिलिएटेड कॉलेज को मोटिवेट करना है, उस काम में हम लगे हुए हैं। धीरेन्द्र माथुर साहब जो हमारे आरटीयू में प्रोफेसर, ये हमारे पिलर हैं, यही प्रोफेसर काम कर रहे हैं पिछले 6-8 महीने में साहब, बहुत कनेक्टिविटी को बढ़ाया है। थैंक यू वेरी मच इनवाइटिंग मी। थैंक यू राठी साहब, थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sir has at the outset, sir at the outset has appreciated the efforts made by Professor Dhirendraji in conducting various programs at various places under equipped thirds. Sir has also appreciated the effort that Shankara organized hackathon in a very befitting manner, where a number of business ideas were conceived. Also highlight education policy syllabus have been revised so that all institutes. Sir also believes in healthy actions with all chairmen of various colleges and institutes, so that if any new ideas in the positions implement it. Sir also believes that the syllabus should be very practice-based, where he even pursues to and less to the theory parts. Sir also believes that there should be a continuous evaluation of students so that they don't feel, at the last moment, they don't feel to appear in the examinations, or they don't have, so that entire evaluation is best part which sir has touched, that they have called the best faculties to prepare lectures and so that the students of any institutes is benefited in, despite any of the faculty is not there by these lectures. Constitutional so that understand their rights under the constitutions. Sir has also emphasized that the future is for those where projects are there, research are there, and accreditation is there. Without research, very difficult, according to him, very difficult. These areas, lot of money is lying for those pursue their doctorates in various areas. Sir, thank you very much for your nice, inspirational, motivational words.
Sir, Dr. Rati sir, if you permit me, I'll just speak for 1 minute. Hello.
Welcome.
If you permit, just I want to
Most
respond
welcome,
for
madam.
1
You
minute.
can, with the
Yes,
kind permission of Shri Govind Ram Jaiswal ji and Professor Arek.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, Professor Gupta ji, thank you very much for once again sharing many things. And
Yes.
you were mentioning about IPR. So likewise, anything you name related to MSMEs, we have a national level facilitation centers established in our institution. So you have rightly mentioned about that. So maybe in TechWhip next time you can plan for a series of programs to build the skills of the faculty related to IPR. We have a center here established by Government of India. So how to file the patents, trademarks, all the IP related products, and how to get the subsidy from Government of India. So likewise, you name any center like GST or EDC, business incubations, everything we have. And thank you for extending your cooperation to sign an MOU with our institution. So definitely we'll work out, and we'll see that we make it possible so that we can work together. So thank you very much for that offer also.
Yeah, thank you, madam. And definitely we will basically members immediately we will contact to you.
Yeah.
और हम इसको करना ही चाहेंगे, ये हमारे लिए बहुत जरूरी भी है. So and I am really thankful to चौधरी साहब कि आपसे यहाँ मुलाकात हो गई. एंड चौधरी साहब, वैसे तो क्या है कि जब भी कोई प्रोग्राम करते हैं तो बहुत अच्छे लर्नेड लोगों से हमारी मुलाकात करवाते हैं. इनकी ये तारीफ है, हम इसलिए चाहते हैं कि ये कुछ ना कुछ प्रोग्राम करते रहें, तो जिससे कि हम अच्छे लोगों से कनेक्ट होते रहते हैं. थैंक यू चौधरी साहब, एंड थैंक यू मैडम. आपसे बहुत जल्दी कनेक्ट करेंगे. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thanks, madam. Thanks, sir. Next part of the program, remembrance all the dignitaries. Chief guest, Professor Arik Gupta, Honorable Vice Chancellor, RT. Guest of honor, Sri Govind Ram ji, Principal OST to God. Next, Madam Glory Saurabha, Director General MSME, Government of India. Professor Dhirendra Mathurs, RU, thirds coordinators. FDP coordinators, RTU quota. Dr. ML Meena, FDP coordinators, RTU quota. Dr. Venkata Srikanth, Joint Director, CDEC. Dr. S.J. Nand, Assistant Professors, MNIT. Next, Dr. Tapan Jain, Professors, IIT Nagpur. Next, Mr. Dalbir S. Dahiya. Ajay Godra, founder, Innovate Skills. And and Shankara Group of Institutions. Thanks you all, sir, for your benign presence. Now, Professor Astosh Misra ji, word of thanks.
मंचासीन सभी प्रबुद्ध जनों को मेरा सादर नमन। मैं शंकरा समूह की तरफ कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय कुलपति राजस्थान तकनीकी विश्वविद्यालय कोटा प्रोफेसर आर्य गुप्ता जी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि उन्होंने अपना बहुमूल्य समय इस कार्यक्रम को देकर इसकी गरिमा बढ़ाई। शंकरा समूह की स्थापना के समय से ही आपका मार्गदर्शन हमें निरंतर प्राप्त हो रहा है। आपके कुशल नेतृत्व में राजस्थान तकनीकी विश्वविद्यालय एवं उससे संबद्ध महाविद्यालय निरंतर प्रगति पथ पर अग्रसर हैं। भविष्य में भी आपका मार्गदर्शन एवं आशीर्वाद यहाँ के शिक्षक छात्र छात्राओं को मिलता रहेगा। इसी कामना के साथ मैं इस कार्यक्रम में पधारने के लिए आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ। इस कार्यक्रम में विशिष्ट अतिथि के रूप में पधारने के लिए मैं महामहिम राज्यपाल राजस्थान के मुख्य विशेषाधिकारी माननीय श्री गोविंद राम जी जायसवाल को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ। इस कार्यक्रम में ही नहीं अपितु पूर्व में भी शंकरा समूह द्वारा आयोजित कार्यक्रमों में आपकी उपस्थिति ने हमारी गरिमा में जो वृद्धि की है उसके लिए हम सदैव आपके आभारी रहेंगे। अतिथि के रूप में पधारी NIMSME भारत सरकार की महानिदेशक श्रीमती S ग्लोरी स्वरूपा जी का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। आपके द्वारा निरंतर मिलने वाले दर्शन एवं सहयोग के लिए हम आपके आभारी हैं। सम्मानीय अतिथि के रूप में उपस्थित RTU टेक्यूब 3 के कोऑर्डिनेटर प्रोफेसर धीरेन्द्र माथुर जी को भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। के कुशल नेतृत्व में टेक्यूब के अंतर्गत राजस्थान के तकनीकी संस्थानों में अनेकों कार्यक्रम अनवरत हो रहे हैं। इस FDP में समय देने के लिए मैं आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। सम्मानीय अतिथि के रूप में उपस्थित इस FDP के कोऑर्डिनेटर्स राजस्थान तकनीकी विश्वविद्यालय की डॉक्टर सीमा अग्रवाल जी और डॉक्टर M देता हूं और इस निमित्त आपके द्वारा दिए मार्गदर्शन एवं सहयोग की आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं विषय विशेषज्ञ के रूप में इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़ने के लिए डॉक्टर SV श्रीकांत, ज्वाइंट डायरेक्टर CDAC हैदराबाद, डॉक्टर SJ नंदा, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर MNIT जयपुर, डॉक्टर तपन हैदराबाद, डॉक्टर तपन असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर IIIT हैदराबाद, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट एंश्योरिटी टेक्नोलॉजीज, फाउंडर एंड CEO इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने के लिए राजस्थान तकनीकी विश्वविद्यालय के सभी शिक्षकों एवं अधिकारियों को धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ। मैं राजस्थान के सभी अधिकारियों और कर्मचारियों उनके सहयोग के लिए आभारी हूँ। मैं इस कार्यक्रम में देश के संस्थानों से सम्मिलित सभी को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ। अंत में इस मंच के सम्मुख धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करने के का अवसर देने के लिए और इस FDP में अपना बहुमूल्य समय देने के लिए मैं माननीय डॉक्टर संत कुमार चौधरी जी का भी बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। मैं शंकरा समूह के सभी शिक्षकों, अधिकारियों, कर्मचारियों को भी इस कार्यक्रम के सफल आयोजन कामनाएं देता हूँ। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत आभार और धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Participants, now the regular sessions will start. Application security analysis for Internet of Things and mobile devices. Vice President in Security Technologies. Sri Dalbir Singh Dahiya, I just touched upon his brief profile. Versatile technocrat and cybersecurity researchers with excellent expertise on cutting-edge technologies like mobile, cloud, IoT, years of experience in digital formations. Strategies and products leadership team with large startup companies like Microsoft, Nokia, Motorola, Reliance, Capco, and believe Sri Dalbir Singh Dahiya is always ahead of others in keeping technical skills current and in learning new concepts, skills. He has complicated issues and always come new challenges like blockchains, quantum computing, and cryptography. Sri Dalbir Singh Dahiya is also a KPMG trained CPM assessor, lead high performance teams in different geographies, including India, US, China. He had a volunteer experience for rural healthcare, education, contributor with poor students. Oh, you sir. We welcome you here.
Thank you very much,
Sir,
Dr.
are you getting
Ranbir.
me?
Yes, able to hear me? Thank you very much,
We are
Dr.
able to
Ranbir
hear you.
Rathi.
Yes.
And I'm very much honored to participate in this FDP program. And thanks a lot to all the eminent personalities who were part of this program, especially Professor R.A. Gupta. He mentioned a couple of things. One thing which I liked is IPR and research-based studies. That's the need of the hour at this point of time. And creating the center of excellence in specific technologies at different institutes at RTU. Sri Govind Jaiswal ji brought up a really good point on the Industrial Revolution 4.0. I'm going to touch base a bit on that so that like to just break the monotone and take our journey from there. Miss Glory Sarupa ji, thank you very much for your enlightened focus and details which Government of India is focusing on AI, ML, blockchain, cloud computing. So thank you, thanks for this information, and it would be enriched for all the RTU students. Dr. Sant Kumar Chaudhary ji, thank you very much for inviting me to your college. I visited once somewhere around 8 years ago your college. Other eminent personalities, Dr. Mathur, Seema Agrawal, Dr. M.L. Meena ji, thank you very much. And last but not least, my childhood friend, Naveen Sharma. So he's also, he's always so much helpful, and he called me up a couple of weeks ago, and he wanted someone to present some thoughts on IoT, and I'm there. Thank you very much, Naveen. Okay, so I'm going to, sir, just I want to know one thing, that the time scheduled for this meeting is 1.5 hours, I think.
Yes.
Okay, so what we can do is
1 o'clock, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. So what we can do is maybe somewhere around 1 hour plus, I will touch base on different technologies specific to IoT, and then we will keep 10 minutes for your questions. But I request all of you just maybe you can type your questions under the chat box so that we can take those queries during my session. And if anything going to get left out or maybe something which I want to maybe address in detail, I'm going to take one more session on Friday. please feel free. Like, okay, I can take that session maybe during that time on that specific topic. So please let me know once you're able to see. I'm sharing my screen. Yes, sir. So someone please acknowledge that you have my slide deck. Dr. Ranveer, sir, are you able to see my slide deck?
Yes, sir. Please.
Okay. Yeah. So this is we are talking. Yeah. So I'm going to talk a bit on IoT, then on the security aspects, and then application security analysis. Because overall, it's the applications which have all the business logic, data logic, and how those applications can become more secure, so that overall our IoT ecosystem can predict as per those requirements. And just maybe before we start, I want to maybe give one or two stories, and so that we can start. Sri Govind Jaiswalji mentioned about Industrial Revolution 4.0, and Dr. Ranveer Rathi also mentioned that yeah, in some time, those machines are going to talk to each other, and human intervention is going to be very less. But if those machines can be maliciously being used, those are going to cause like a havoc. So that's why security is very important. Plus, nowadays we are aware of it. A couple of weeks ago, Tesla opened their office in Bangalore, and another news yesterday that we are going to have their development center in Bangalore. So Tesla is, they are coming up with electrical vehicles, plus those are automated vehicles. And in automated vehicles, it's not so that, okay, maybe it's going to be really a good convenience. The driver need not to drive, he or she can go through the newspaper. But these devices also need to have high level of intelligence, which has to come through artificial intelligence, through continuous machine learning, and then deep learning, so that these machines would able to take the right decisions. And taking right decisions, still I can say human being is the best decision maker. Thanks to Elon Musk, because okay, he got really worried much, like worried, and he started a new company with the name Neuralink. What Neuralink is doing, it's working on human brain intelligence clouding. So if I'm thinking something, but instead of me, there are 20 people, 100 people, 1,000 people who can think like on one topic in a bigger way. So that's what Neuralink is going to work. And again, its overall thought is, in case if machines are going to become intelligent than human beings, so this human knowledge base or human knowledge lake should able to supersede that. So these are maybe some of the hi-fi things which are happening. So let's come on to our topic. So few of our going to be our agenda items are, we are going to touch base, we are going to start our things with the digital transformation. All of you have heard a lot about digital transformation. I'm going to touch base on that because that's the base for Internet of Things. We are going to talk of some basic, what the mean of Internet of Things, what's its architecture, what are the different enablers for Internet of Things. Then we are going to take our path toward the cyber security, that how we are going to make sure that our IoT devices are going to be secure enough. So we are going to touch base on some security frameworks, and then we are going to come on the main topic, which is application security. So in the application security, I'm going to touch base on what are the different things can be done and last session is going to be Q&A. Before we proceed, let me introduce myself. So after working with many MNCs, a few of them are Huawei Technologies. I was their main architect for one of the soft switch. Then at Google, I was part of their Android 18, and at Microsoft Nokia, I led the first Android phone. I was the R&D head for Reliance. So with all those companies, what I learned is that digital transformation is very important. So from there, now I'm working with the multiple startups. Insurity is one of them. Another company is AC, and working with some universities also, so that to work on some of the key government projects. And my projects are mainly on the cyber security, embedded devices, and IoT specific. So always I start my most of my discussions with digital transformation. So what is the meaning of digital transformation? Uh, so digital transformation, like okay, I can say like as per Salesforce, is the process using digital technology to create, new and modify existing business processes, cultures, customer experience to meet the changing business and market requirements. It's the reimagining the business in digital age, that is digital transformation. So these are the words, but if you have observed, there are very key part is customer experience. So everything in the today's world, if any product is coming up, if any IPR is coming up, or if any research is happening, that research is happening on the customer base. Customer is not like a who is consuming, but overall how it's going to impact a bigger aspect of our society, human beings, how it's going to enhance human life experience, how it's going to reduce the human miseries. So this is what nowadays included in digital transformation. So digital transformation uses new, fast, frequently changing digital technology to solve the problems. Maybe in the if you people observe, every 3 months there is change in some terminology. That something new is coming up in the technology, and that's because we like the whole world is focusing to provide a greater customer experience, to provide the better services to society, to human beings, or to the business. So just go back, like, okay, what is the meaning of technology and how it is touching our human life? In the like, if we know that, okay, total human population in 1800 was nearly 1 billion, and in 21, like, okay, going to be now it's somewhere around 8 billion, or in 2100 it's going to be 11 billion. If you see in last 300 years, there is an explosion in the number of our population. Outburst happened. But with that one, another interesting factor, if you people have to say, in year 1800, 94% of the people were there in extreme poverty. Extreme poverty means they were not able to have the food. There was no security. Security means again the life security I'm talking of. Healthcare was nowhere there during that time. And in 2015, at this point of time, it's only the 9% of the people on this earth are at the extreme poverty. And still everyone, like all the people are trying so that their life level or their life expectancy and the poverty level also to be like they can get reduced. Human life expectancy in 1700, it was 35 years. In year 2000, it is nearly 72 years, or maybe like if you take India, it's somewhere around 60 plus years. So this is what technology has brought us up. Okay, this is what technology impacted, and here Internet of Things is also like which is going to enhance our life expectancy, which is going to reduce the poverty. Another important factor, and I can say as Indians, we should be proud of it. And this data, both the data are from McKinsey. In year 1000, then 1500, 1820, the Earth economy epicenter was there over India, was crossing India and China, and major deflector was India in that. And that's why we were always saying that, okay, we were golden bird during that time. Yes, maybe due to, again, different region, Renaissance happened in Europe, and due to that, industrial revolution started coming in. Somehow in India, we were not getting much impacted by industrial revolution during that time, and hence the economy center of gravity got moved from India and China, from Asia, it moved towards Europe, and after First and Second World War, like we said, toward 1950s, because US was impacting the whole world a lot. So economic fulcrum moved towards, like it was between Europe and US. But okay, after that, once India and China again woke up, our economic fulcrum is again moving towards Asia. It is expected again in by 2050, we are going to be again epicenter of center of economy, center of gravity. So this is not my figures. These are the figures from McKinsey, which is world-renowned uh, company on the data analytics and services. And there is a greater scope for all of us. Now, I'm just touching base a bit on industrial revolutions. Industrial revolution, as we know, first industrial revolution happened with the engine, which was the steam engine. Second was electricity. So thanks Thomas Alva Edison for the bulb, and Tesla for alternating current. Then third generation, which was the semiconductor base, which happened in 1930s or 40s. And currently we are in the Industrial Revolution 4.0, which we are seeing automated machines, machine to machine communication, Internet of Things. So these are the digital transformation trend. So if you see, अगर मैं हिंदी में कहूँ तो बहुत ज़्यादा घिचपिच है इसमें. But here, let's try out what are the important things for us, which we people can take it up. A few of them are quantum computing, industrial automation, this is already we spoke. Then advanced analytics, we are going to touch base AI, ML and DL. Mobile computing, which is again we can say part of embedded computing, or like, okay, again bigger part of IoT. Then we are coming on to pattern recognition, intelligent software systems. These are again some part of IoT base. Machine learning, we know that the machines are learning quite significantly and moving towards the next level. They are becoming intelligent. Electrical vehicles, which was thought of a couple of years ago, there were not going to be any electrical vehicle. And if you see most of, in India itself, there are so many vehicles which are there with green number plate, which means those are electrical vehicle. And the next big point which is coming up is automated, like, okay, driverless cars or vehicles, which are going to be available, which is part of autonomous vehicle. So these are the many things, these are the many disruptive technologies. Please feel free to maybe do some research on any one of them or be part of it. Now let's come on to Internet of Things. So what do we mean by Internet of Things? So it is described as the network of physical objects, things made up of silicon that are embedded with sensors, having software and other technology for the purpose of connecting and exchanging data with the other devices. So for everyone's interest, now we have talked of three things here. We have spoken of things. Things means these are made up of silicon. So silicon means we know that, okay, that terminology is SOC. which is system on chip. So there is going to be only one chip, which is going to have all the system, which is including the controller, which is going to be the decision maker, the memory, the IO part of it. So those are going to be embedded in the same one silicon chip. Plus there are going to be sensors. So sensors are used to get the data, to receive the data. As we know, human beings are like we people also have sensors, like we have 5 sensors, and in the same way, these sensing devices also have their own sensors. Then a software so that it can control which is going to be decision maker for that embedded device, and these devices are connected to other devices or gateways or cloud or decision making system to make the right decision or to share the data with other entities. So this is what our IoT world consists of, which is going to be a system on chip. That's going to be, it can be very simple device. It can be a mobile device, which is having a bigger display and a bigger compute power. Then these devices are having softwares. These devices are having applications, and these devices are connected over air or over air, over air to different devices, or wire or wireless, we can say. Wireless means it can be Ethernet. Wireless means it can be any of the wireless protocol. We are going to touch base on those. Now come on to the applications of IoT. So IoT applications, as per Wikipedia, if I have to take, there are many applications. But I think we can correlate with the consumer applications. So consumer applications which are related to smart homes, elderly care. So smart home, I can just quote maybe few examples. So it's Samsung who is quite leading on the smart home, followed by Google, Apple, and so on and so forth, many other companies. So in a home where we have AC, but ACs are used to control the temperature of the room. If some person is driving or there in the office, and if he want to come home, or maybe his elderly parents don't want to know how to control the AC. So from being at a distant place itself, he can control the AC and control the temperature of the room. So that's, let's say, all the credit goes to smart home technology. Smart home technology, it's consisting of a smart home hub, and from the smart home hub, it's again connected over internet, and internally it's connected with all the smart devices. Smart devices are going to be, let's say, air conditioner, it's going to be refrigerator, it's going to be tea and coffee maker, it's going to be a microwave oven, it's going to be a TV. So these devices, you people can control from anywhere, and later on these devices are going to be smart. Let's say milk got exhausted in your refrigerator. So if you give those privileges to your refrigerator or to the fridge, it automatically going to make and request with, let's say, Big Basket or maybe Star Bazaar or Reliance Bazaar that, hey, I need 5 liters of milk, please supply that. And your money is going to get deducted from your wallet, and you are not worried, by the time you are going to come back home, your milk will be delivered. So your refrigerator is intelligent. So these are like I can say providing convenience to the users so that we people can focus on better things. Another thing which is in the home automation or entertainment is Alexa. You can use Alexa. That's a voice-enabled engine, I can say, voice-enabled device. You can listen to some music. You can program your smart TV or maybe you can instruct to some of your devices using Alexa or Google Mini. So from entertainment, let's move towards the care part. Most of us who are in who are working, sometime our parents are there with us, or sometime our parents are not there. So for elderly care, smart devices are very much helpful. So we people need not to worry. All the parameters of our parents are going to be available to us so that we can contact doctor and get his or her input. That okay, what medicines has to be given or what test we have to plan during the weekend. Just adding on to that, Philips and other companies are working on multiple technologies so that your hospital facility can come back to home. And thanks, like if you see the COVID time, so most of the people from home itself, they were sharing their parameters with the doctor. Doctor was not physically present, but they were getting your parameters from through some different devices, and they were accordingly appropriately guiding the patient that okay, what decision they have to do, whether they have to hospitalize or be at home, take rest and take the medicines at right point of time. Another is organizational applications. So these organizational applications, starting with health first, it is Internet of Medical Things. Internet of Medical Things, as I mentioned, moving the hospitals to home, or in hospitals, we know, and in multiple rural places or like tier 2 cities, it's very difficult to get the specialist opinion. But they people being human, they also need the right care because diseases are not like boundary specific. So for that purpose, IOMT is playing a major role. So to let's say in any of the rural village or in any small town, the parameters are taken up by the any health worker or a general physician, and those details can be shared with the specialist in metros, and those specialists able to provide the right medicine or maybe like the right treatment to that doctor or healthcare worker. I did this one of this program with Reliance. Reliance is having two hospitals in Mumbai, Kokilaben Hospital and Reliance Hospital. So they tied up with government of Maharashtra and government of Gujarat. And in the rural villages, there was a kit. This in the kit, if you are left with the blood or urine is given to that healthcare worker. So those parameters like are being read there itself, and that reports are made available to the doctor in big metros and especially in the Reliance hospitals. And there a team of doctors was dedicated who were able to provide and guide those patients through either doctor or healthcare worker. So I was part of that program, and this project was done using IoT. Transportation, as most of us are aware of it, the truck drivers, it's a very difficult life for them. But nowadays, using IoT, it's very easy. Like thanks to lot many applications that okay, they have to be there in their area and they can leave the truck and give it to the next truck driver. Plus, the truck in the left is finding out the least cost path, finding out the best path, or if any emergency is there, where they can contact someone, and how, if anything, if any urgent or critical thing they are transporting, how it has to be transported securely from one place to another place, how it is going to get tracked. All those parts are coming part of the transportation. Automobile, we discussed a bit on electrical vehicle and automated vehicles. It started with one device which was known as OBD, on-board diagnostic. It's a very simple device or smaller device in which you can attach in your car. Most of the car dashboards are having a slot for it. And once you connect it, You can get multiple things. You can secure your car, you can get your engine health, you can get multiple details out of that one. And in case there were multiple instances happened, if any theft happened of your device, so you can track it where the device is. So those type of services available. We have spoken of automated like the driverless cars. So those are being tested like by multiple MNCs like Google is part of that one. Apple is also venturing in that. Uber is doing a good amount of research. Building automation. So here I want to quote maybe a few examples on the building automation. There are, I'm in Bangalore, and in Bangalore there are many buildings which are awarded as the green buildings. So in the green means like there are not so many fauna flora available, but that means that they are working to save environment. Saving environment means lower consumption of power or electricity. Second is using consume like okay, less water, water recycling. So these are the two parameters on that multiple MNCs or multiple buildings are working. So that based on the human movement, the lights are getting on. Based on if no one is present in any like okay, in office, so lights are automatically going to get switched off. If sunlight is there, like okay, sun blinds are going to go up, and then maybe appropriate sunlight can come, and accordingly you can have the power at your desk. If sunlight goes off or if sunlight is very high, then maybe blinds will come at one layer or two layers. So this type of intelligence being provided using IoT. And these are like very much maybe in most of the cities these are available. But in Bangalore, I'm able to see multiple buildings are having these facilities. Industrial applications. Industrial applications start with the manufacturing. I think we already touched base on like Industrial Revolution 4.0. So in industrial before Industrial Revolution 4.0, machines they were embedded machines, they were robots. Robots means they were doing some of the routine work, which like okay, for a machine can routinely work for multiple hours, but human needs a break. So robots replaced human beings, but with that one, now these robots are getting intelligent. So if they found out robots have right sensors, if they found out the product is not of the right color or size, then they are stopping that product. So a quality check also happens for them. And these robots talk to each other, and based on that, a person who is controlling like in the control center able to see that how many products are going to come out, why is that like some of the spurious products are coming in, which robot has to take care of what entity. So that intelligence is there, and it has enhanced like using this Industry Revolution 4.0, the productivity becomes very high. Next, coming on to agriculture, and agriculture is at this point of time, many or much more focus is there nowadays on agriculture, but maybe the data which is available to us before Green Revolution, India was a very poor country. We were not able to feed our people. Yeah, thanks to Green Revolution, but it was not only Green Revolution, with that lot much of technology also associated with that. Thanks to ISRO, that ISRO satellites uh, help the overall this agriculture ministry that okay which crop people should go for, how going to be weather forecast. Like if any disease comes up like that can easily be find out by these satellites. Easily they capture the color of the leaves of that crop and able to analyze maybe like okay, what are the deficiency or maybe some like okay some I can say worms or any other issues are there with that crop, some pesticide are needed or some fertilizers are required. And that has like enhanced our productivity of the food grains. Next is the maritime. In case of like the maritime, we know that okay nowadays most of like in sea sea journeys were not so safe. They become much more safer. People are more connected using the IoT. Another is in the sea depth, there are much more minerals are available. There are many other explorations are happening, and for that, the robots and IoT devices are being used. If you know that tsunamis, now we are easily able to predict the tsunami. Recently, we had tsunami, but there were not so many casualties, which happened near to, I think, Australia, if I'm not wrong. But we all of us remember one tsunami which came on 26th January many years ago and hit the east part of India, and it impacted Tamil Nadu a lot. So from industrial applications, let's move towards the infrastructure applications, which are related to government, which are metropolitan IoT services. Here I want to quote some of the examples from Bangalore. In Bangalore, there is one place with name, it's a big area named Electronic City. So Electronic City is using IoT extensively. It starts with the garbage collection. So there is this garbage collection. Like the movement of that is available with most of the companies. It's in the in Electronic City. Majorly companies there is Infosys, Wipro, and many other multinationals are there, including Robert Bosch. So one is the garbage collection. If the garbage collection truck starts, like it provides that what time it's going to be available at which company or which housing residential complex, so that people need not to wait. They can put their garbage, and the garbage is also collected. Then the garbage segregation also happens through some of the IoT devices. These are really great initiatives. Second is Bangalore is known for bad traffic and potholes. The reason is Bangalore, not much of rain is there, and asphalt roads are not having so much of life. To know that, okay, there are so many potholes, there are ways which I think National Highway is using. So there are sensors which are put on the road, and if any vehicle is making the vibrations are very high, it means there are many potholes, like there are potholes are there. So these vibrations are being captured, and the right authorities are being informed that the potholes are there. But maybe on a lighter note, Bangalore is having so many potholes that the vehicle are not able to run so fast. Another energy management, environmental monitoring. These things are also being done using our IoT devices. Military applications. I'm not going to touch base on many. Uh, Internet of Battlefield Things, then Ocean of Things by data. So these are the programs in that there is a huge amount of data collection. One is for the internal security of US. I'm just quoting US, but these are happening in most of the countries, including India. So users' data is being collected, and based on that, it is being like using AI, ML, and other algorithms. We try to predict that, yeah, so everything is going fine. In the battlefield also, instead of devices, we are aware of the drones, which is quite happening. So drones are again a form of IoT devices, which are being used instead of sending the fighter pilot and like hitting some area. It's very easy to go there. Maybe first you can have the reconnaissance, and then maybe if the target has to be hit, the target can get easily being a single target can easily be hit. Just maybe for a story perspective, one information, not so great information, but just to share. Maybe most of us are aware of it. It was, I think, one of Iranian nuclear scientists got died or murdered, and that happened seems to be through a drone, and that his wife and the driver, like okay, none of the other person got impacted. It was only a single person dedicated attack was there. So those are the things that it's world like okay, but yeah, these devices are used in battlefield also. Just a minute. Okay. Now coming on to IoT architecture, how IoT systems are made up of. IoT devices are consisting of, as initially we discussed, are connected of a device, the edge gateway for the connectivity purpose, and the third one is the cloud. So first, sensors or actuators are getting the information. So that information comes to the device processes it, get connect itself with the connected gateway. So gateway is nothing but a device. It can be a base transceiver. It can be a Wi-Fi router, or it can be a Ethernet router, or maybe so on and so forth type of device, or it can be a very intelligent gateway like from Huawei or Cisco. So the information from the device being sent to the gateway, and what these gateways are doing and how these gateways are connected with the device are using multiple protocols. Some of the protocol I think which you people are also using, one of them are Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. But there are other protocols which are being used, are something like Zigbee, Modbus, and so on and so forth. At the edge gateway, it's not only collecting the data, but sometimes nowadays these gateways are becoming much more intelligent. So they are doing some data pre-processing. So data is being processed. What is the mean of data processing? Because these actuators or the IoT devices, they continuously send the data. And if we see this data goes in petabytes, which is not having much of the sense. And these devices again consume lot much of energy. So there are two ways to save the energy. First, in these devices itself, there is an intelligent system. So if what all the data, which let's say one sensor is there on a road, if no vehicle is passing through, so it's like if whatever that data is there, it's not going to send any data during that time, during the idle time. If any vehicle is passing through, it means there is going to be a sensation, and then this sensor or actuator is getting active with that one, and then only it's sending the data to the gateway. But this gateway is receiving data from thousands or let's say lakhs of millions of devices. So this device also, this gateway also is becoming intelligent. What it does is that it again pre-process the data. It only takes the right amount of data, and that data is being again processed and then sent to the cloud. So that on cloud it is going to get stored, and right decision can be taken. Then comes the cloud. So when we spoke of digital technology, so cloud is very important part of digital technology. So what cloud is providing us is storage place. It started with that, but nowadays it's providing us very powerful computes, really powerful artificial intelligence algorithms, and a intelligent way data can be stored, and cloud security provides the security over the data which we have received from the IoT devices. So there is one microservices architecture. I can talk of that one maybe in some other forum. So microservices architecture is used in cloud technology so that these services are again, instead of one service, previously it was service oriented architecture. From there now we moved on to microservice oriented architecture. One is if any service goes down, so other services can take it up, because each service there is a multiplicity of services. Plus, each service is capable enough to store its own data to make the right decision. So in that way, we can process the multiple requests simultaneously. The databases which are used are varying, but these nowadays the data which are used are the NoSQL databases for IoT. NoSQL database means these databases are not in the form of rows and columns. These data, whatever we are getting, we are dumping it there. and we are using NoSQL database, which are known as column-based database also. Like from there, the right information is fetched out. So this comes under part of big data Hadoop, which we are not touching base at this point of time, but people who are interested, they can go to big data Hadoop. Now comes, there are IoT enablers are there. So what are the different IoT enablers? So these IoT enablers help the IoT ecosystem to complete the parts out of the inner circuit. So IoT enablers are consisting of network architecture. We discussed that these IoT devices has to get connected with the network. So how they are going to get connected? So they are going to get connected using IPv6 protocol. As we know, IPv4, the number of devices can address is very less, and the IoT devices are in billions and trillions. Hence, IPv6 come into picture, and IPv6 based low power wireless personal area network protocol is being used normally for the network architecture. Second is the power, size, and space considerations. Most of these IoT devices, most of them are very small in size, and these small in size means they have to kept at some place. Like okay, we see sometimes we say bugs also, so they are very small and maybe it can vary. But these smaller devices has to kept at such a place so that they should be safe there. Then comes up like their size. Their size also vary, and the power consumption. IoT devices uses battery most of the time. So battery also it means the battery would like you have to use or the power has to be used very optimally. And the devices which are there on outside, so their batteries or maybe power can't be replaced on daily basis, or batteries can't be replaced in every 3 or 4 months basis. So those battery replacement happen. The device has to be intelligent enough so that it should consume less power. Here I want to give one example. Maybe most of you are aware of Shell as a company. So Shell is there in crude oil exploration, and the crude oil, their crude wells are there across the globe. So it means like to manage that one, Shell need to have so many people, and at one well, if you see the human power, many people are required. But thanks to IoT, Shell was among the first companies who used IoT, and most of the time it are the IoT devices which are there on those oil wells, and the number of people got reduced. And from one center, which we say NOK, like a network operations center, only few people will able to manage multiple oil wells. So all the data is available from actuators, sensors, measurers, in the NOC, and in the NOC, based on based on the data which is being made available through the sensor, right decision is being taken up by these few people. Then comes before going to application layer. So there are different virus protocols are there which are being used by these IoT devices. Bluetooth low power, light fidelity, Li-Fi, network field communication, RFID, Wi-Fi, Zigbee. So just to name them, I think most of you are using nowadays the credit card which are touchless. So that take your card which is having NFC and take it near to the NFC enabled let's say uh, uh, credit card reader, and it able to deduct that amount from your credit card. So most of the protocols which are used in IoT are consuming low power. Then comes the wireless protocol for the medium range. So for medium range, devices like mobile devices, electrical vehicles or automobiles, they are using LTE and 5G to connect because there is a huge amount of data transfer happens. Other protocols which are long range, So these protocols are satellite-based or wide area network-based. Most of the IoT devices are not using it, but there are still some devices are there, especially the shipping industry as I was talking of oil wells. So they people are using these long-range protocols. Data storage and access. So the data security, data consent, and data minimizations are the major concerns for any of the IoT device. Last but not least is the security. So when we are like here, I want to just take you through these diagrams. Like the one layer is the perception layer, like where the sensors and actuators are getting the information. Then the network layer, which is routers and gateway, getting information from there. And application layer is the layer where that there are multiple applications are running either on the cloud or on the on-premise, and the decisions are being taken up based on the data which is coming from the actuators or IoT devices. So these are the sign of different IoT protocols. Maybe if you people have observed some of them, you people able to see in your cities also. LoRa is one of the protocol. In Bangalore, I think Bangalore is connected with the LoRa protocol. But these other protocols are also very much available. NFCs are your mobile devices and cards are having NFC. Wi-Fi is very much common. Bluetooth is many Bluetooth devices are available. Cellular, we are aware of it. So we know what are IoT devices. In IoT devices, data is being taken up, and this provides to the application layer. Application layer is going to do the processing. So because our main topic was cyber security, so let's discuss what is the security. So security is the protection of computer systems or networks from the theft or damage of their hardware, software, or electronic data. So we are talking of three things, like the hardware and software and the data. So these should be secure, as well as the disruption or misdirection of services shouldn't be there. So there are different type of attacks which happen in cybersecurity. Before that, in cybersecurity, if we have to talk of, we are talking of three things, which is known as CIA, confidentiality, which is provided by cryptography, integrity, so the right people will able to get the right amount of data, availability, systems are always available. So based on this, there are a few things which let's discuss them. So there are multiple attacks are happening, which we say cyber security attack, and I think most of you are not new to this. These are happening on daily basis. This is distributed denial of service, backdoor entry, eavesdropping, phishing, smishing, let's say multi-vector attacks, privileged escalations, social engineering, spoofing. So maybe most of you are aware of it that in this attack we are getting some information. Yeah, that from this bank some phishing attack happens and let's say the money got spent off from let's say some person's account. Most of the banks are talking of that don't share your OTP or your bank account details with anyone else. Then I think yesterday itself it was Netflix has lost, like in Netflix some attack happened and the user data including their credit card and payment information is made available by the by some of the hackers. And which is and these hackers they can use that information for any of the malicious money transfer. Security measures which are available are user access management, which is very important. This I think most of us are aware of it. It's user access, which is through login and password. From there, we are talking of two-factor authentication. The OTP also comes up, or captcha reCAPTCHA also comes up. And now new technology have come up, which we say passwordless access. So I'm going to touch base on that one in some later time. Firewalls, DMZ, and demilitarized zone, honey trap are another way to provide security. Intrusion detection and prevention system, IDPS systems are being used by multiple big organizations. Sandboxing. So sandboxing, your Android is using sandboxing to save multiple applications so that they won't save data, or malicious application don't impact other applications. Incident response planning. Let's say if any cyber attack happen, what we have to do. First is at a country level, there are CRT, like that those are response teams are there. India is also having CRT. That if any attack happens at some government portals or across the government organization, how the government is going to respond to that. In the same way, the organization, how they are going to respond to that. In the same way as individuals, how we are going to respond to that. So first is prepare ourselves, then other way is detect and analyze. So we have to always get the data, like whether our data is got leaked or not. Then containment, eradication, and recovery. If any system which got faulty, which got malware, or which got attacked, so first is identify it and then separate it out, put it in a different containment zone so that other systems are not going to get impacted with that. Then after that, post-incident activity, which are having the root cause analysis, so on and so forth. So these are the different ways where cybersecurity comes in picture, and in IoT, how it plays a role is here. Like here, I have taken up maybe a blown out diagram of IoT architecture. So IoT is let's say any of the IoT system is consisting of hardware and software. They are the two main part of it. Hardwares are customer platform, which is a silicon, and this silicon is there are only few companies which are providing. Maybe electronic student would be aware of it. So there are two platforms. One is ARM-based architecture, which is used in these embedded or smart devices. But x86, which is Intel from Intel, so that also like to be providing the solution for IoT devices. But ARM is still it's prevailing. The reason for that are three. Because of the ARM, one is it's much faster. Second is the power consumption is low, and third one is it's very much optimized. So Intel is also copying up with it. So first we have hardware. Now to control the hardware, we need to have a firmware. So in firmware, first thing which comes up is the boot. Maybe if you observe the some of the mobile devices, if your mobile device is not coming up, so then if you take it to any of the I can say repair center, then they will say, oh, its BIOS got corrupted, or maybe its OS got corrupted. So BIOS are like maybe the computer students are aware of it. So BIOS are the first level of drivers which interact with hardware to bring up the services or APIs, which using that we able to access the silicon chip input output device and memory or interrupts. Then we have different drivers. These drivers are used like Wi-Fi is one of the driver, display is a driver, keyboard is a driver. So these are the different drivers, and these are getting interface with the application using different APIs, application programming interface. So there are other let's say crypto-based libraries are there, like crypto libraries, standard crypto libraries, and then resistant diff libs. Then crypto and X509 some certification layer comes in. So just I'm not going to go in detail for the certifications of crypto. Maybe some other time we can discuss it. So these certificates, just at a layman term, which I can tell you, normally when you are browsing any portal, it's coming as HTTPS. S means like there is a security certificate which is being used for the secure communication. So there are multiple type of certificates. These are used to have a secure communication with the different entities. Then there are different layers are there, which is a software framework work layer, application layer, toolkit layer. This TLS and IPsec are like having a dedicated secure channel, a network channel. Then we have OpenSSL, and over that we have our applications. So when we are coming up to applications, hardware has to be secure, framework has to be secure, but applications are where it provides a huge amount of area where the security can get enhanced. So now coming on to software security, OS, I think already, let's say these OS, if I have to speak of for IoT devices, the major OS which is used is the Linux. So this IoT based, like there are multiple Linux images are there which are very thin. Then Android, most of us are aware of it. iOS, FreeRTOS. RTOS is real-time operating system. Trustonic T. So these are the different OS which are used by these IoT devices, and all these operating systems are known as RTOS. These are real-time operating systems. So these operating systems are very thin, consumes less power, and able to cater to that specific requirement of that device. If it is not catering to that, other parts are being taken off. I like being part of Nokia Microsoft, we brought up first Android phone. So that phone was having one characteristic that its battery life was very high. So we made sure that unnecessary battery consuming applications has to be taken out. And hence, if you see most of the still the Nokia devices, any mobile device or anything, their power consumption is very low because Nokia is focusing on power. Then comes the different applications on the software. We are going to talk a bit on applications more. Communication protocol we touched base. Database, like there are no SQL database, and the cloud. It can be cloud are of different types. One can be on-premise cloud, which can be achieved through virtualization. Then there is a hybrid cloud approach, public cloud versus private cloud, and use some important information in private. The rest you can put it in the public. And public clouds, we know that there are big vendors are there or small vendors are there. Big name, we are aware of it. It is AWS, Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure Cloud, Google Cloud, Alibaba Cloud. You name the big company, they have cloud. Yeah, so now coming on to this IoT security layers. So first secure layer is you have to put security in your hardware. Your devices has to be intelligent. When the edge processing is happening, so there you have to focus that unnecessary ports you are not opening. So if there is an unnecessary or unused port is there, it's very much there that any of the adversary can access that port. Then comes gateways and connections, then which comes part of the secure communication. So how secure communication can get achieved? It is device initiated connection. It's the device which is going to connect to the network, not the network is going to connect to the device. Because if that way happens, so then network is intelligent, and if devices are opening port for any available network, in that way, any cryptanalyst or adversary can send continuous request to the device and cause DDoS or DOS. Message controls. What all message communication is happening, that has to be encrypted. We have just had a look that IPsec tunnel can be there. TLS protocol can be used, TLS 1.3 or other protocol can be used for the secure communication. Another is making the cloud secure. So clouds, we say these are the publicly available, but clouds are also having stringent algorithms or they have stringent VPNs over the cloud, which allow only specific communication, specific IP and port only which can connect based on the business requirement. And cloud have a very stringent way to identify the user, authenticate it, and any communication has to be encrypted. Next, which is the secure lifecycle management. So all the life cycle, which is from device till your cloud and from cloud back to the device, if any decision making is happening, so that life cycle has to be secure using the remote control and update of devices. So any device or in between gateway or cloud, they need frequent patching for security. Maybe if we have observed, on mobile phones, security patches are more frequently which are being applied. The reason is because security is such a thing which is a happening thing. So there you have to be vigilant. There you have to keep your eyes always wide open to see that what all is happening on other side, how I am going to secure myself. Okay, so we spoke of OS and now let's have a look on the application. So all the IoT devices, applications play a very critical role. So if any application is there, so what all things we have to take care of it. So first is applications should have a secure architecture, design and development. To achieve that, we should follow the security framework. There are multiple security frameworks available. One of them very widely used is from the IBM security framework. That security framework focuses on identifying any of the security risks, protect the system, recover the system, detect if any leakages are happening, and respond to the leakages. So this is, I can say, this is a process level framework. But in this, there are at different layers we have to provide the security. Like identity, IAM has to be used. Nowadays, FIDO protocol is there, which has to be used. FIDO 2.0, which is passwordless protocol. How we can protect ourselves? Like using the right encryption algorithm, and data has to be using TLS or the IPsec algorithm. How we can detect it? For detection, there are different AI/ML-based pattern matching algorithms. How we are going to recover, how we are going to respond is isolation. How we are going to recover is use the backup data. Another important part is DevSecOps. When we are developing the system and operationalizing it, we have to consider the security part of it. I think DevOps is a quite well-known terminology in computer science and in IT engineering. So during the development itself, our focus areas should be on security. When we are going to code, when we are going to build, when we are going to test, we have to always make sure that security is also being tested. When the product is being released, deployed, operated, and monitored, we have to have a focus on security. Next, when we are doing the coding, coding has to be secure coding. So coding is where multiple times the developers make mistakes or they are in a hurry due to some different pressure. Their manager is sitting on their head and asking them to develop, to provide the functionality by end of the day. And then they make some mistakes. What type of mistakes? Exceptions are not properly being handled. There are some hard coding happening in the code. Then database is not properly locked. So these three are the main issues. There are multiple other open points are there. OS talks of that open web security applications. Like it's talk of 10 vulnerabilities for mobile, 10 vulnerabilities for web and applications, which developers can do and we can touch base on that later. Now coming on to application security analysis. So application is being developed, it is being deployed, but we need to have a constant check on the application. So that check can happen during the development, during the delivery, or during execution time. So we need to have a static analysis of that application. static analysis is, I'm going to have, there is a next slide which is going to talk of it. Dynamic analysis is when the application is being executed. So when it's there in the process, how it's behaving. So the different parameters are collected out of it. And based on that, we found out that okay, whether security vulnerabilities are there or not. Interactive analysis, when an application is starting interacting with other system, database or network, so then how it is behaving. So the parameters are being collected and analyzed. Crypto analysis, so how different crypto functions are being used and how the different communication, the secure communication are being initiated by your application that are being analyzed. IP network analysis. IP traffic is such a thing that maybe here I can quote one example for all of you. It was Reliance Jio. Initially, they have started their chat application. It was competitor to WhatsApp. But just I think after the launch of within some 5 to 6 days, it was being found out the data from that application is being stored in China in one of the Chinese server. Data is going there. And it's been observed that why that reason was because there was a one application or one software company which was being bought over by Jio, and they contributed heavily in this application. So some of the threads kept open, and that those servers were in China, and still this application was sending the data in the Chinese server. So that was a huge risk because okay, Indian data we are losing to one of our competing countries. You know, most of the mobile devices they are from China and or manufactured in China. So if needed, the data can move from our country to China. Maybe it can go in different ways. Then we are talking of 5G Huawei and different routers. So that is also most of the companies are now worried, like US and Europe, some countries they have banned Huawei technology that they can't bid for 5G. There is a reason because they have apprehensions based on that. So on these areas, I'm working with the government of India on these areas. I can't disclose much, but yes, like there is a huge plethora of information which we are trying to block at different levels so that our critical information won't get shared with our competitor companies. Now, IoT security for one specific application, what are the different information which we are getting out? Just for a secure purpose, what I have done is, I'm just going to share with you. Facebook, we have come up with we developed many products. So one of the product is M4. I think someone is talking, if they can go on mute. Ranbir sir, can you mute the person? I think Poonam Sani is like her mic is on. Yeah, so in case of
Yes, you can another couple of minutes till 1:10.
Yes, sir.
And
So I'm nearly done.
queries will also be raised.
Yeah, I'm nearly done.
You're on
So
the last slides. Yes.
Yeah, this is the last slide. So in IoT security for any of the mobile application, this is my main topic, IPsec, like application security. So we have developed multiple tools, and these tools are used by our renowned organizations also. So what we do is out of those, we try to get the file information. Then the file information. File means the file, like APK is a file. Then what are that app information? What are the different components? What are the different security certificates are being used? Permissions for that application, which it grants or which it accepts. Then manifest analysis. So manifest is the first file which is used to let's say create which is the first file which is being installed, and after that one any APK is being installed. Then different code analysis, domain checks, publishing information. So just for everyone's consumption, I'm sharing the analysis which we have done on Facebook Live. So the this name of the product is M4 and it's being used with the defense services. So I'm not going up more than this one. Yeah, but here just quickly I can showcase like this is the app which we have analyzed, and this is the information of that app. If you can get some of the hashing which has been used in this MD5, SAW1, SAW256. Then application information here, like this is a Android application, the minimum and maximum support of APK. Then application summary, this is having like 13 activities, 28 services are there. So if you people know, the Facebook consumes huge amount of power or your compute because it runs multiple services, many services. 28 is a very big number, and still we have taken the Facebook Lite. Receivers, it receive information from 26 ports, then multiple activities where those are sending the information outside as well. Exported services which are being exposed to the outside world are 3. Exported receivers, so you can receive some information. And exported providers, provider is nothing but a database which is again being shared with the external entities, R3. So these are red. Red means like here security vulnerabilities are there. Certificate information, what are the different security certificates being used? Application permission. In this application, what are the different permissions it has taken up? So if you see here, it's providing a full internet access. Actually, for any application, full internet access is not required. Only for that, some ports information is needed. So wake up log is again preventing the phone from sleeping. Those are coming at the dangerous level. So we identified them at different levels. So this is then different activities. Activities are nothing but okay, these are the tasks or threads which are open to execute some work. Then the manifest file analysis. So manifest file analysis, if you see here, this broadcast receiver, Facebook is using one of the Google application, which is Firebase, but it's not protected. So there we felt like we found out that there are some malicious inputs are there, or maybe they can provide more checks over this application. So this is a long list. Then the code analysis, then malware check, static any malwares are there or not. So for malware, this app is found, different URLs used by it, different data store used by it. The information which this application is sharing with the public on the store while publishing. So these are the things which like I have given just a glimpse, which we people are developing software, and these are being used by multiple agencies for analysis of software. So I'm going to discuss these on something more in my second session. So that's all from my side today. Thanks a lot for continuous listening, and thank you for your patience. So if any queries are there, please let me know.
Yeah, thank you very much. Your good experience and covering very applications of IoT. Sir, a few queries are there. Sir, hello, you are getting, sir? Hello?
Yes, yes, I'm there. Hello? Yeah, I'm there.
Databases for has this doubt this worry.
Okay. So, sir, for IoT, the databases, there is in IoT database which we have to choose, we have to go for NoSQL database because the data is coming abrupt and the data comes in a with high volume and velocity and veracity. So it's always suggested that go for NoSQL database, like I mentioned here, Postgres, Cassandra, People use MongoDB also sometimes, but don't keep much data there. Like after that one, you have to convert it into better databases. Oracle also providing nowadays on an industrial side NoSQL database. So it comes under big data analytics. So this data which is being taken under the big data analytics using Hadoop and other big systems, then we have to process that data, and after processing, then it can be kept in the SQL database, whatever the important information is. Hello. Yes, sir. Any other query?
Sir, how Internet of Things and architectures are related?
Yes.
On behalf of the participants, sir, how IoT and architectures, they are related, because most of the time we understand that there is more concerned with the bricks and mortars or design things. But how IoT, I mean,
Oh, okay. So, sir, computer as part of computer science.
sir?
So this is a generic term. This is a generic term architecture. In computer science, any system which is being developed, that is known as computer architecture. So from computer architecture means how the computer application, internet are going to be laid around. It is again, it's not that civil engineering brick and mortar. It is the entities. These are the silicon entities. So this is
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So these are the this is we are talking of computer architecture, and in computer architecture, IoT is also having its own architecture, and that architecture has to be followed, which I mentioned here, like a few things which I mentioned in that. That IBM has provided, IBM is providing a IoT, a secure IoT framework architecture that has to be followed when we are creating a software for IoT based applications.
Yeah. Yeah. IoT influence the development of smart cities. How does IoT influence
So
the
I think
development of smart cities? Any role or how it affects, how it influence?
Sir, I mentioned during that application couple of smaller application out of it. I spoke of IoT in smart buildings, IoT in roads, IoT for public health. So all these are coming under smart city. So what is there in in any of the city if we take? So there should be low wastage like okay, garbage, power, water. So these three things are important things, and the transportation. For transportation, IoT can be used, IoT-based sensors. They can be used in different traffic lights to move the traffic in the right direction, or like get green light more where the traffic is more. Then waste management. So those waste management sensors are used to segregate the green versus solid waste. And I mentioned that what happening in Bangalore Electronic City. So they have made Bangalore Electronic City a small suburb type. So that's a smart city which they are claiming. So there are multiple sensors are there which get that actuator information. And there is one NOC which is known as Network Operation Center where people able to take decisions like okay for water, if any water leakage happening at any place of time, if like how this garbage management is happening, how the street lights are happening, if ambulance is coming in that area, ambulance is giving the preference through these traffic management. So red lights are going to be controlled in such a way that ambulance can pass it through. So that intelligence is there in the system. Then I was talking of green buildings. So in those buildings, power consumption is low, water consumption is less. So again, if gardening we take, so based on normally that like when to water those plants, so that decision can be taken up by the machine.
to hear. Now, before last these things, one more is query is from the participants. What is the role of publishers in Internet of Things? Publishers, how these publishers can play their roles when facility of Internet of Things are available?
So, sir, there are two terminology. These publishers mean who are publishing the content, or publishers are in computers also there are publishers. So I'm taking publisher is a person who is having a content or a device who is having a content and which want to spread it across. So content can be written material, pictures, movies, any data. So if anyone want to use like take that like spread that message, want to share that information, that can be done through social, and social is also connected with IoT. So if you know that okay, most of our mobile devices we are there on social platform, and people in very short time, if any meme comes up, they make fun of that and or take the right decision. And uh, I think that is through social media, publishers' information can evolve into IoT and take the right decision making at the application side. And this publisher information can get collected at the application plus at the IoT sensor level. In publishing industry, if I have to talk about, so publishing industry, if some papers like most of our newspapers, if you take, so when the publishing is happening, so during that time, if any, there are sensors or there are cameras which can quickly get all the images, and if any color variation happens, that can be again refed into the feedback mechanism, so that right tone of the color of the ink is being selected, or paper is having any issues. Based on that one, that ink can be changed. So all the feedback mechanisms in the publishing industry can be taken care through the IoT devices. I can talk of one more thing, not only here in the food industry or agriculture industry. Maybe if you know that okay, there are some food packets are coming up where they say, yeah, that these grains are filtered using this. Like there are couple of companies are there. Okay, this is filtered through that. So there are big machines which filter out each grain for you. If the grain is of right size, right color, then only that grain is going to come in your plate. Otherwise, that grain of dal, grain of wheat, or grain of rice is going to get rejected. So those grains are very expensive. So those food items are very, very expensive. But yes, those are certified. Yes, like this grain is filtered by this machine, and those machines are IoT-based machines.
Queries requested clear the doubt of the participant. First query is the live up to recover the data if attacks through VAS patch is, but is not there. It's not there chance that both live backup will be updated at the same. Is a 3-4 lines query.
Yeah, let me have a look. What is the role of publisher in IoT?
Yeah.
Sweta Agarwal. Sweta, I don't know whether maybe what I spoke is right, or maybe if you're talking of the publisher, maybe you can take with me on specific. We can take live backup to recover the data if attack through virus or patch is happening, but it is not clear sensitive that both live server and backup server are affected by the same. Yes, it can happen.
Yeah.
Multiple time it happens. So then there would be a loss of some hours of data. So these where the backups happen, live backup happen. It's not so that okay, only in one server it happened. It happened in multiple servers, and these servers are isolated at different point of times. In 24 hours, one server take the backup for 1 hour, and another will take for another hour. So we will have the backup of another server, another 1 hour before data that can be taken. So it never happens. So backup is properly being planned, how the backup is going to happen. So the opportunity is there, like okay, there are chances that we are going to lose some hours of data, but whole data can't be lost. What about the job opportunity as an IoT developer? Yes, very much like you can start as an IoT developer. You can work on the silicon side, you can work on OS side, or you can work on the application networking or application development itself. So IoT is what happening, and just wait. Tesla is going to come up with one of the best jobs available. They are going to be the highest paid company in India. Feedback link will be shared in the Shweta Agarwal, I'm not able to get your question. Okay. Yes, sir. Any other queries?
Yes, participants, any queries is there?
Yeah, if anything is there, I'm going to have one more session on Friday. So you people have my.
Yes, sir. So, on my behalf and on behalf of Shankara Issues, thank you very much for your very educative, highly illustrative informations that you provided to, and queries with the participants you have very well attended to and addressed to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And it's great
Participants
talking to
will
you.
break for lunch and we yes, sir. Thank you very much. So participants, we
Okay,
are breaking for the lunch and will be here at 2 o'clock.
thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, good afternoon to all participants. The speaker experts of next sessions is about to arrive, about to take he will be joining us very shortly.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Rati from Shankara. So good afternoon to participants. Now that sessions is on neural networks and fuse logic with artificial tools. So welcome. The brief profile of Dr. Nanda is a senior member, IEE. Presently, he is a professor with MNIT Jaipur. He received his PhD from School of Electrical IIT Bhubaneswar, and was the Indian Research Fellowship from Department of Foreign Affairs, Government of Canada in the year 2009-10. Also, he worked at the University of Western Ontario, Canada. Nanda was awarded Best PhD Thesis Awards by IIT Roorkee. He also received the Best Research Papers Awards at SMIT Sikkim, at IIT Bhubaneswar, and also IIT BHU and Spinger's OWT 2017 at MNIT. Dr. Nanda is president of prestigious IE Young in Electronic Telecommunications for the year 2018 and 19. He has received travels and research at the UGC, INSA. He is also in charge of animation at MNIT Jaipur. Over to you, sir. Participants are there. So this durations of session is 90 minutes. So we'll be concluding at 3:30. And before that, 5, 7, 5 or 10 minutes. Inquiries. So over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Rakesh sir, for giving such a nice introduction about me. Thank you. So I'm sharing my presentation. I believe my screen, audio, video, everything is perfect. I can go
Yes,
ahead.
yes, it's okay, sir. You can go ahead.
Yeah. So
Perfect.
about artificial intelligence, today the world is crazy about this particular word, that artificial intelligence. Okay. So I am working on these particular algorithms for a decade. I can able to say from my Master of Technology from NIT Rourkela, and then followed by at IIT Bhubaneswar, I did my PhD, and at the University of Western also, and over here till date I have guided 6 PhD scholars as well on this particular topic of artificial intelligence. So when we are talking about this most fascinated word, artificial intelligence, it means artificial plus intelligence. So intelligence is something when we say it requires knowledge. Okay, so we are saying that machines are dumb and we are adding certain knowledge or certain cognition to the machines so that they can understand our emotion, our feeling, and do work as per our requirement. Okay. So what is actually knowledge? We can able to say that knowledge is something it is very difficult to characterize or very difficult to really define what is knowledge. Okay, and something we are saying that today it is knowledge that may be changing over the time, and we cannot able to say that it is whatever is knowledge today, tomorrow that may not be a knowledge also. So it is such a complex phenomenon. It is very difficult to characterize or define what is knowledge. And knowledge is always progressive in time, and it is always challenging. It always changes with time. Okay. So actually, knowledge, from where we get the knowledge? Peoples in the society, intelligent people, we can say they collect the knowledge or they gather the knowledge. And we can say that there is a difference between a data and a knowledge. Data means a collection of data from which you can infer the thing. And from the data, if you can able to extract certain thing, then that is known as knowledge. Or extraction of information from a data is known as knowledge. Okay. So especially we are concerned about in this artificial intelligence, we are mostly concerned about how to make the computers or robots or any particular machine which is basically not do not have that intelligence thing to make it intelligent. Okay, so this is the most popular book on the artificial intelligence by Keith Knight and Nair. Okay, that defines this particular definition, but it says that people can do better work than the artificial intelligence, but up to some extent, and up at certain times also, artificial intelligence based machines, they do perform better work. So especially when we are saying about the artificial intelligence or computational intelligence, on these 3 parts mostly comes into account. One is neural network, another one is fuzzy logic, and third one is evolutionary computation, or we say that nature inspired computing. So these 3 aspects, I will give you a brief glimpse about all these 3 aspects today, as well as my session tomorrow. So anything when you say about artificial intelligence or computational intelligence, it belongs to any of either any of these particular 3 concepts I can able to say. So IEEE, you know, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, it is a global brand. IEEE is a community, and it has several societies which work on development of various research and research tools. So its computational intelligence society is especially responsible for this artificial intelligence based tools and techniques and its development. It is responsible for it. And I am a senior member of this particular IEEE Computational Intelligence Society. So it has several journals like IEEE Journal on Neural Networks, Fuzzy Logic, and Evolutionary Computation. They all publish the research works on which the various scientists, they publish their works on these particular IEEE transactions. So our objective over here to understand that what are these concepts and how we can make utilization of these things based upon our engineering domain applications. And we can say that now in these particular aspects also many new buzzwords have come into account. These buzzwords are, you can say, one is deep learning, another one is big data analytics. So these are playing vital role in the next generation computing, you can able to say. So over here, among these things, I can able to say that what is your fuzzy system is if today you are going to market and you are demanding a washing machine, then any of the fully automatic washing machine that is equipped with fuzzy logic. So fuzzy logic means what? It is not a crisp thing, but it is something hazy or something fuzzy, we can say. What is the difference between this crisp thing and fuzzy thing is today we are developing several machines like robots and many things. Can they able to work in approximation? What is the meaning of approximation? Meaning of approximation, we can say that, just giving you an example, is when we were children, in our childhood days, we went to the mango groups and throw stones at the mango trees, and we pluck the mangoes. Okay, we never used to calculate that at with the physics and with the scientific phenomenon, at a 45-degree angle you have to throw the stone so that it will go to the maximum thing, and with this much velocity, this much precision you have to throw so that your mango will plug it. We never, as a small child, we do not have any idea about those calculations. We used to throw the stones and the mango gets plugged in. That was because of our approximations were good. So can the machines do the approximations? Like today also, if you are going to any particular Klonji market and you are parking your car, okay, so you are looking at the car space where it is available and you want to put your car over there. Okay, so are you going to calculate that this is my dimension of the car is this much, and I am going to park? You will go and measure that this much dimension it is fitting or not, and within that you will park your car? No, you are going to do it with approximation. Okay, oh, this much space, it may be good enough for my car, and let me park it. Okay, so that is what is approximation. So today most of the washing machines you are observing, they are LG washing machines. They are equipped with fuzzy logic. Also, all other washing machines also, they are equipped with this fuzzy logic based thing. So what we are saying over here is something, don't make it as so concrete about it, and make it representative in the form of whether the machines, what is the job of the washing machine? It has to clean the clothes, right? So for that one, how much amount of how dirty your clothes are, first thing that has to be measured with the help of certain sensors. So once the sensor detects that this cloth is less dirty, or it is totally dirty, or how much amount of dirt is there. So based upon that, we can able to calculate the amount of water required for cleaning that particular clothes, as well as the amount of detergent required for cleaning that particular cloth. So all these things calculation we need to do. So once the machine does this all calculation, that takes them, and then finally decides that how much amount of spin it has to do, whether it has to rotate at a 100 rpm or 50 rpm, or how much amount of how much revolution per minute it has to give, and whether it has to move very fast or very slow. Based upon that, based upon the rotation, it can give us a perfect cleaning, we can able to say, by optimizing all the things, because we want that lesser amount of detergent to be used, but the good quality of cleanliness we are going to obtain. Also, we want less water consumption and optimal usage of all the resources we want. So for that one, this is one of the perfect tool, we can say. And these are the developments in this particular research area, like fuzzy test, fuzzy systems, fuzzy controllers. These all things you need to understand to how the fuzzy logic works. Okay. So over here, there is a very simple example has been given, that snail, we are saying that it is the slowest creature, and tortoise is bit slow, dog is little bit fast, and your leopard is very fast. So based upon that, how to solve a problem, that I will discuss with you with the fuzzy systems. Then another interesting thing is evolutionary computation. So evolutionary computing is also known as nature-inspired computing. We are now deriving many algorithms from the natural phenomena. Natural phenomenon means how the nature behaves. Based upon that, many logics, many algorithms have been derived. So natural phenomena like Darwin's theory of evolution. So Darwin says that survival of the fittest. Okay. So from the monkeys to the progress in the generation until the human beings we are today. So there are a lot of changes have been happened in our surrounding and in our nature, you can say. So dinosaurs, they were there when human and monkeys all were there, but dinosaurs could not able to survive themselves with the progress in time, with the change in the natural environments. They could not make themselves survivable with respect to time. But humans, they have adapted themselves with respect to this change in environment, and that's why they survive today. So survival of the fittest, one of the very interesting things. And based upon that, algorithm has come out, like genetic algorithm. Then there are evolutionary programming. Swarm intelligence is another very interesting thing, that it is a collection of animals or birds or creatures. Their collective intelligence is known as swarm intelligence. Some of the examples, like whenever you have observed a food particle is there, some of the ants will move here, there, and they will come to that particular food particle. Then they try to grab that food particle and then they try to take it towards its particular hole. Okay, so from the place of the food source to the hole or to the destination, the ants always move in a line. If you would have observed, the line they draw from the food source to the destination, between them, this line is always a optimal line. Okay, so this food source to the destination where they have to deliver, that is a optimal line they draw. Okay, so it is not possible with the help of one particular ant, but a collection of ants, they all together do that particular job. Why they formulate it as a optimal line? Because nobody wants to carry a heavy load on their head and try to move for longer distance. If you are carrying a heavy load, then you have to disperse it as quick as possible. So that's why the ants, whenever they carry the load, they always try to formulate an optimal path. That is their intelligence. So can we able to derive our next generation cars or automatic cars to move like ants in an optimal path? And you know, the ants, they never collide with each other. So if we follow their logic, then our cars will be safe also, and they will move in a very optimal path. Right. So like that, there are many things, technologies are getting developed day by day, and you can able to get interest in the research in this particular field. One of the very interesting development in this particular thing is NASA has developed a evolutionary antennas for sending it to the space station. And the last and the third one, that is the most interesting thing on which we are going to discuss, is artificial neural network. That how the brain is functioning, human brain is functioning, and based upon that, can we able to derive logics, derive things like humans can able to distinguish features or recognize persons or take complex decisions like that. Can we able to develop next generation processors or next generation intelligence with the neural network with deep learning tools? So that is the thing that before going ahead further on this particular topic and discussion, is everything, my speed and all the things are okay with you?
Yes, sir.
And till the thing, whatever I have discussed, do you have any worries? Do you want to ask something?
So far, illustrating your topics in a very practical way.
Yeah. So
Yes.
the thing is fine. So okay. So on this particular neural network, it can able to do so much of complex approximations and complex things. You can able to observe that here in these things I have given some of the links, okay, like YouTube links and some of the IEEE links also, that you can click on these things. When I will share these slides, you can click on these things and have a look at these videos. They are interesting, pretty interesting. I can able to say you will become fascinated towards working in this particular field. So actually in this neural network, it can able to do solve many engineering applications like signal processing, pattern recognition, approximation, many of the engineering problems it can able to solve. So one of the very simplified thing I want to say that this is a neuron. Okay, so what is the objective of the neuron over here in our body? That neuron collects several inputs, okay, and it pass on to the next neurons, and several neurons in the brain, they collectively process the information and give us the output to perform certain tasks, like and they are always active, we can able to say. Whenever you sleep, suppose a mosquito bites you, at that particular time your hands will automatically move and try to kill that mosquito even though you are sleeping. So that is what the function, that whenever you are sleeping, at that time also it is active, like you can able to say your neurons are, certain neurons are active. So this neuron that collects the inputs in the form of a dendrite and process it and then gives you the output in the form of action, it has been mathematically modeled. Okay, so from this a mathematical logic has been derived, and that logic is represented in this particular form, that any of the system we are trying to build or a model, at that time there is certain input. So over here P is the input. If you can able to observe in this particular picture that P is the input taken over here. This is the input to the system. Can you able to observe that the red and all highlight I am doing? In this particular thing, I believe you people can able to understand that this P is the input to any particular system, and this system is get multiplied with a weight, that weight vector is W, and there is a bias over here B, and this P as a input and this +1 as another input. These two inputs multiplied with this weight and bias, they formulate the system as N, as one of the output. N is equal to nothing but W into P plus B into 1. So P is the input, W is a weighted version of the input, that is whatever input you have collected, a portion of that particular input we are going to take. +1 is a fixed voltage over here, 1 is a fixed voltage, and B is a portion of that +1 we are going to take, and thus it makes a N. N is equal to P into W plus B into 1, and F is a non-linear thing, and A is the output of the network. So output of the network is nothing but collection of the input multiplied with weighted sum and then a nonlinearity. So F is the nonlinearity with which we are taking nonlinear decision. So whenever we are saying about neural network based modeling, at that time we are concerned about nonlinearities. And there are many other type of modeling techniques are also there, but they normally are good for linear type of approximation, whereas neural network is especially good for nonlinear based approximation, and many of the real life problems are nonlinear in nature. So over here, this transfer function or activation function that does the work of the cell body, the weight, that is how much portion of the input we are going to take, that takes care of the synapse of our thing, and the output, that is the A, that takes care about the signal on the axon. That is how a new biological neuron and a artificially modeled neuron, both of the things are similar. So we as for any particular modeling, what we need to do, that this particular input P and 1 we have to consider from outside. What are the input for a system that we have to consider? then this weight and bias value we have that we are going to obtain. We are going to obtain the perfect output A. So you just have a look that over here there this nonlinear function f. I told you about this nonlinear function f. So what its value we are going to take this nonlinear function value. There are many values can be taken, like you can observe over here that hard limit is a function in which hard limit, symmetrical hard limit, linear type of function. There are non-linear type of function as well as linear type of function. Both type of functions have been taken over here. There is log sigmoid, that is A is equal to 1 by 1 plus e to the power minus n. You can observe over here A is equal to 1 by 1 plus e to the power minus n. That is a non-linear function. Again, hyperbolic tangent sigmoid, that is another non-linear function, that is A is equal to e to the power n minus e to the power minus n divided by e to the power n plus e to the power minus n. Like that, such type of non-linear functions we are going to take to model the neural networks. Okay. So in many of the real life problems, we do not have only a single type of input. We do have many inputs. For example, suppose I want to take a problem like I want to classify the apple and the bananas. Okay, I have been given 10 apples and 10 bananas, and I have to design a robot that will segregate the apples and the bananas. Okay, then what I need to do? First thing is my robot should take the inputs from the apples as well as inputs from the bananas. So what are the inputs it has to take? First thing is it has to sense that particular thing, the width and height, width height of the apple as well as width height of the bananas. So width and height are two inputs. Along with that, we can able to take the color of the thing. Okay, apple is somewhat round shape and banana has its different shape. Okay, as well as the color. The color is almost red and almost yellowish. So that is another input. Like that, for there are many other inputs. Weight of apple and weight of banana also we can able to take, that will act as another input. So considering all these 4-5 inputs, my robot has to take a decision that whether the particular item it is grasping, that is an apple or a banana. So for these 4 and 5 inputs, what we have to do? We have to take all these 4 and 5 inputs together. So over here you observe that here there are R number of inputs are there. Okay, instead of a single input, over here there are R number of inputs are there. So one of the input is like apple's color and banana's color. Another one is apple's height and banana's height, like that. Each of the input gets multiplied with its weight, W11 to W1R. You observe, compared to the previous structure. Previously, what we have done, that one input and one weight. Okay, in this particular structure, one input and one weight. This is a simplified model. Then from this, we have elongated it to many inputs and many weights, like R number of input, and each input is multiplied with one weight. There are R number of weights we have multiplied, and there is a 1 and a bias term. Why we want a 1 and a bias term? Because in many of the cases our signals are not always having mean value 0. That means a signal can have certain fixed bias value. Like in our electronics, there is a fixed bias of 5 5 volt or 10 volt that derives our circuits. So like that, a constant fixed voltage that has been applied over here, like +1 and the B. So if we are taking the B is 1.5, then 1.5 into 1, that is that becomes the set threshold over there. So when we are considering about a DC term or a fixed term, that can be modeled with this B and 1 value. Okay, and this n is nothing but P, WP plus B, that same thing, but here W has become a vector and P has also become a vector. Okay, P is 1 cross R, okay, and then W is R cross 1, you can say 1 cross R or R cross 1, whatever way you take. Okay, and then that is multiplied with the weight and then give you the n, and f is a is equal to function of, so f is a nonlinear function that is taken over here. So along with this, let's make this particular neural network structure still more complicated little bit, because here we have only one output. Try to understand, only one output. Only one output can segregate me two type of things. That is, whenever your output is one, then you can say it is a apple. When it is 0, then it is a banana. Here it is a 2-class classification problem. In the example we have taken, one is apple, another one is banana. So one is highlighted, that means it is apple. If 0 we have obtained at the output A, then it is a banana. But whenever we have more than 2-class classification problem, more than 2-class classification means, suppose we have a gathering, okay, and in the gathering there are how many type of people are there, and suppose we can say some of the age, those who are of less than 15 year of age, we can able to say them as children, or less than 10 year of age, we can able to say them as children. That is one group. Then adult is another group. Then middle aged, we can say, then aged. Like that, 4 group of classification we can able to do to a mass gathering, okay, based upon their age. So when we have 4 things, okay, 4 type of groups, then to represent 4 type of groups, how many outputs we require? We require at least 2 outputs. Why? Because with 2 outputs in binary, we can able to represent it over 4 class, like 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, and 1, 1. With that combination, we can able to represent 4 class easily with 2 outputs. So we require multiple output neurons. Over here, there are multiple inputs are there. Many inputs we can take for everything, but from many, after processing, one output is good enough to make only 2 classifications. For 4 class, we require 2 outputs. For 8 class, we require 3 outputs. Like that, in the form of 2 to the power n, you can able to make it. So over here, it is a layer of neuron. Okay. So over here, there are many inputs are there. Try to have a look that this particular structure, there are many inputs are there. I told you earlier, many inputs, and here there are many outputs are there. S number of outputs are there. So like I told you, 4 class, for that one 2 outputs. So over here, like A1, A2, 2 outputs are there. Over here, S number of outputs are there. Okay. So all the inputs are connected with weights, and here there are many neurons are there. S number of neurons are there. How many outputs are there? That many number of neurons are also available over here. So all the inputs are connected with the with the weights to the corresponding neurons. Like all inputs are connected with the W11, W21, W31 like that to the first neuron, then to the second neuron, then to the SF neuron. So your ultimate output A is nothing but a function of WP plus B. That means weight multiplied with the input plus the bias. Whereas this weight now has become a matrix. Okay, here weight is a vector. Try to observe the key point I am telling, that here your weight is a vector. Okay, why it is a vector? Because it is a 1 cross R, means R number of inputs are there, and for each input one weight is there. Okay, and they all are connected to one neuron. Okay, but here the weight is a matrix because all the inputs multiplied with weights coming to first neuron. All the inputs again multiplied with weights, they are coming to the second neuron. Like that, here how many neurons are there? There are S number of neurons are there. Okay, so first, second, like that S number of neurons. So you can correspondingly do the approximation. It will be a very simple matrix algebra that the output is same F of WP plus B, where W is a matrix and P is a vector, input vector. Now this is one layer of neuron. Okay, so maybe for a complicated problem there may be multiple layers of neurons. Okay, multiple layers of neurons, like one layer connected with another layer, connected with another layer, like that, like the cascaded structures we have studied in our basic electronics, that one stage of the thing will be connected to another stage output connected to another stage, thereby that performs amplification type of thing. So like that, over here one network, this is one structure of complete network that is connected to another layer, that is connected to another layer, like that going on. So over here you see I have made it further complicated. This is one layer, so I will replicate it 3 times, so that will become a multiple layer of neurons. That is, all the inputs have been collected to the first layer. You can observe here there are 3 layers: first layer, second layer, and third layer. So inputs are collected to the first layer, then first layer output is connected as input to the second layer, then second layer output is connected to the third layer input. And these outputs are again giving us at the third layer. Okay, so like that, in a deep neural network there are many layers. Okay, so some 5 or 7 layers of thing, or 10 layers or 20 layers of complicated neural network we are going to solve it. Okay, ultimately the final output is taken from the last layer. So from the last layer we take the output over here. You can say this is your output and this is your input. Okay, so we need to establish a relationship between this input to the output. How do we establish the relationship? So in each layer there is a relationship between output to the input. So if you can able to observe that A1 is equal to F1 W1 plus B1, that is the relationship between this A1, that is the first layer output, from the input. Okay, where W is your matrix and P is your input. Okay, and B is also a vector. Okay, B1 is a vector. Vector comprised of B11, B12, B1S1, like that. So this overall output we have obtained as A1. So A1 comprised of A11, A12, and AS1. So this one will be connected along with weights to give you the final output of the second layer. So you can observe this is the output of the second layer. So at the second layer output, that is a function f2 and then weight into bias into the plus the input. So over here, the interesting thing you observe that in each layer there is a different kind of nonlinearity has been used. Okay, f1, f2, and f3. So here in the first layer, I may use log sigmoid. In the second layer, I may use the hyperbolic tangent sigmoid. In the last layer, I can use pure lin. Like the different nonlinearities we can able to use. But if you observe to its previous, in this particular layer, only one function has been used. So in a layer of neurons, you should not use different nonlinearities, but you should always use a single type of nonlinearity. That has been the assumption taken by the scientist from the beginning. So over here you observe in all these things, all these one layer. On the first layer you observe F1 is there, over here also F1 is there, over here also F1 is there. In the second layer F2 is there, throughout entire thing F2 is there. In the third layer F3 is there, so in the entire thing this F3 is there. So ultimately the output can be represented as a function of the input. Okay, so over here you can observe this A3, the third layer is a function of second layer. Second layer is a function of first layer. First layer is a function of the input. So if we will try to substitute in this particular thing, so over here A3 is a function of F3, W3, A2. Over here in this A2, if I will substitute this A2 value, and over here in this A2, if I am substituting in A1, then we can able to obtain the third layer output over here. So this one we can able to compare it and obtain the output in the form of the input. So that is how. So it looks like a complicated structure, but that is what the inherent thing, what happens inside a deep neural network. Okay. So one of the questions that a participant has asked that what is the most popular programming language that is used in AI? That is Python you can use, MATLAB you can use, R you can use. These all the things are used for this type of programming. Okay, Python is most popular, then followed by MATLAB, followed by R. There are many other language software you can able to use. There is no constraint in doing the programming in which software you are the best. You can do your programming in that particular thing. Ultimately, you have to understand the concept and you have to do the programming as per your need. So this particular thing is also known as a multi-layer perceptron. So over here, your challenge is this weight and bias, W and B, these all values. If you can able to set them effectively, then this neural network will get trained effectively. So how to set the weight and bias, that is a challenging task. So this you can able to design any particular neural network for employing it into a AND gate or NAND gate or NOR gate, like that any particular digital logic you can able to design with a particular neural network as well. So that is one of the very interesting thing. For example, here is an AND gate, for example. So AND gate, what is the thing? All of us know about a AND gate, right? So if we are saying that about a 2-input AND gate, then how it will be there? Like I can able to say, suppose there are 2 inputs, one is your P1 and another one is suppose P2. I believe whatever I am writing, it is you can able to observe it, right? So I am drawing a truth table for the AND gate. So you have 0 0. So when I am taking 0 0, your target is 0. for a AND gate. If I am taking it 0, 1, then also output is 0. If I am taking 1, 0, at the time your output is also 0. And if I am taking it 1, 1, then also my output is 1. So how you can use an AI to design a particular gate? Okay, a simple AND gate. Every BTech students or any engineering student can able to understand this particular application of a AND gate design using neural network. So over here you observe that these three patterns, you can observe these three patterns all are 0, 0, 0. Whereas whenever it is 1, 1, at that instant of time my output is 1. So this particular example can be formulated as a pattern classification problem, where you can observe that on this left side that whenever there is 0, 0, so this 0, 0, 0, at that time here is the 0, 0, 0 origin. Here it is given by a white dot. Over here 0, 1 also a white dot. 1, 0 is another white dot. Whereas 1, 1 there is a black dot. Why there is a black dot? Because at that instant of time we have a 1 whose pattern is different than that of 0. So all for these three things 0, 0, 0, those are I have represented them as white zeros, and this is 1, 1, 1. So this one I have represented it with a black dot. So my objective is to draw a line that will segregate these particular things. These white dots and black dots, they will be get separated. So how I can draw a particular line that will separate this particular thing? So drawing that particular line, this blue line, that is known as a decision boundary. So this is termed as a decision boundary that will separate these patterns. Okay. So neural network is very, very effective for drawing nonlinear decision boundaries. That means within the, if data sets, there are haphazard data sets, then you can able to effectively formulate nonlinear lines. Also, they can able to separate. Here, the problem is a linear one. One straight line can able to classify this particular patterns, that is of an AND gate. But if we are considering it as an XOR gate, then what will happen? XOR gate, then it will be XOR gate. At that particular instant of time, that will become a nonlinear pattern. Why nonlinear pattern? Because whenever we are going to do a XOR gate, at that instant of time over here, there are two patterns which 0, 0 and 1, 1, they will be of one type, and here 1, 0 and 1, 1, they will be of another type. So under these circumstances, we need to draw a decision boundary which will be like this type, a nonlinear type. So a nonlinear boundary can be drawn for solving XOR gate problem using neural network. Okay. So like that, many of the real life problems you can able to solve using neural network. So for this, this is a simple neural network giving you an example, 2 inputs and 1 target. Okay, like XOR or like AND gate. So for this, you need a neural network like this. Very simple, 2 inputs. Over here, you can able to observe that there are 2 inputs, P1 and P2. There are 2 weights like W11 and W12, and there is one particular bias and the neuron, and that's give you a output. So if you can effectively able to set this weight and bias value, then your output A will behave as a AND gate, or it will behave as a XOR gate. Very simple. So like this, there are many other problems also you can able to solve with the neural network. So some of the people are getting interested towards solving many real life problems. So over here, giving you an example of a active noise canceller. So you observe that in many of the real life applications, like it finds very good application in inside your car or inside your aeroplane. You can able to understand that your noise level is very low, but compared to that of the outside. So under that circumstances, why it is low? Because it has been designed in such a way that it becomes low. So over here, the design, you can able to effectively use neural network for this active noise cancellation application. So there is a noise source you can able to observe in this particular application. There is a noise source like your outside noise inside in the aeroplane. There are several noises from the propellers and from other things. Yeah, and those noise comes inside. Okay, so you can take the noise with the with respect to a reference microphone over here. Okay, so whatever is the amount of noise that is entering, and we have to ultimately create a silence zone over here. What is the objective of silence zone? The silence zone will make the passengers comfortably sit inside the aeroplane or inside the car, or you can able to say inside the uh, first class AC trains. Also this particular system is available. Okay, so with considering that particular input, you take an adaptive controller that is designed with the neural network, and you apply the thing. You apply a inverse modeling. That means over here, suppose the noise has a characteristics like this. That means it has a characteristic like a sine wave. For giving you a just simple example, like a sine wave, and the noise has the characteristics, then here I want to add a noise that will have opposite characteristics as that of sine wave. That means it will have a characteristics like this, totally completely opposite in phase, and means same magnitude and opposite in phase, so that both these particular signals will cancel each other. Okay, so when these two signals, they will cancel each other, at that time only there will be a noise-free zone will be created over here. Okay, so our objective is to train the neural network with the adaptive controller unit over here. This is my neural network unit. That this is the mathematical modeling of this particular system. So with the neural network, you can design an adaptive noise canceller that will implement a noise-free zone in a particular area. Okay, so like that, for long distance communication, whenever we used to talk to our relatives which are abroad, at that time there is actually a delay between the things whenever we are talking to them. This delay can be effectively suppressed with that of a neural network based adaptive filter. So that is another interesting application I can able to say, that you can neutralize the effect of the delay in communication. That means whenever we are speaking to our friends who are abroad, then there is a time gap. That means whenever we are speaking and they are listening, there is a time delay gap. So this time delay gap we want to minimize by applying the neural network based equalizer, so that the communication becomes effectively better for them. So like that, there are numerous biomedical applications also for the neural network. So over here, the thing is that whenever we felt some pain in our chest, then doctor immediately tells us to go for an electrocardiogram or ECG for recording about whether your heart is functioning perfectly or not. So at that instant of time, whenever we go for the ECG things, then ECG is a very low magnitude signals. We can able to say ECG has very low magnitude and its magnitude, you can say its frequency varies between 20 hertz to around 100 hertz. That is lower frequency signal. So whenever the wall socket which is used for powering that particular ECG machine, that has also the wall socket has the 50 hertz or 60 hertz our wall socket regular sinusoidal signal is there. So that one gets interfere with the ECG signal of the particular patient. So we need to design an neural network based adaptive filter or intelligent model that will remove the particular ECG recording and give us a perfect perfect recording of that particular patient. So you can observe over here in this particular example, the patient is sleeping over here, and that this is the ECG is getting recorded, and here our neural network neurons are there, and here adaptive algorithms are there. So with the neural network and the adaptive algorithm, we are trying to remove this particular 50 hertz wall outlet thing we want to remove, so that the perfect output of the perfect ECG recording of the patient will be recorded over here. Okay, so you can able to observe over here that this particular electrocardiogram has got contaminated with this wall reference input of 50 hertz. So this is the 50 hertz wall reference input that has been contaminating this particular signal. So once after applying an adaptive filter with the neural network, then you can observe that this noises, whatever these noises are there in this particular portion, so that have been obviously eradicated over here. You observe that the noise at this particular instant of time, your neural network gets trained, and after that you observe that the noise has been reduced over here. Over here it has been reduced, and completely after that it has minimized the effect of this particular noise of 50 hertz. So I believe you could have able to understand this particular example, a biomedical signal processing example. So this is another very important example that whenever we are talking about a maternal ECG, so when a baby is there in the womb, doctor always suggests that after every month there should be a ECG to understand the baby's fetal heart rate, how it is, whether the fetal has a good heart rate or not. So whenever we are trying to monitor the heart rate of the baby inside the mother womb, then what is the problem? That the baby's heartbeat is very low, whereas the mother's heartbeat is very, very prominent. So at that time, to diagnose the baby's heartbeat, that is a very challenging task. So whenever you try to record the thing, at that time the mother's heartbeat is so prominent over here, the signal you observe, the mother heartbeat is so prominent that the fetal's heartbeat is very difficult to characterize. So under that circumstances, what we need to do is we have to apply our neural network based modeling to remove the dominant mother's heartbeat, so that we can effectively able to find out what is the heartbeat of the baby. Okay, so over here what we have to do, we have to take the input from mother's chest and mother's womb. Some electrodes will be placed at the mother's heart, near to the mother's heart. Some electrodes will be placed near the mother's womb, and we will record both the signals. So by comparing two signals and applying the effective neural networks over here. This is the system modeling with which the neural networks weights gets trained over here from the mother's heartbeat, and we will obtain such type of two signals. That is, this is the signal which is mother heartbeat plus the ABS1. So mother and fetus, both the things are there. So from this particular mixture, we are trying to suppress this mother's heartbeat. This bigger one we want to suppress with the neural network. And after that, you can observe that these big things, they got suppressed over here. These big things got suppressed. And by suppressing these big things, these points got highlighted. So you observe that here there are another recording is there. I can able to show you just here there are two type of signal. One is this bigger one and another one is over here. You observe this blue lines I am drawing over here. You observe. So at this point, this is the fatal ones. Okay, so these fatal ones, this bigger one got suppressed. So these fatal ones have increased. The fatal ones, they got prominent over here. So in these points. So this is possible with the help of the neural network. So I told you some interesting applications, real life applications on the biomedical point of view, and as well as signal processing and communication point of view, the application of the neural network. Okay. And I was telling you certain things about the fuzzy logic. So let us discuss a little bit about the fuzzy logic. I do have some 10-15 minutes more. Before I move on to a little bit about fuzzy logic, do you have some queries? Want to ask me certain things? Any of the participants want to ask me certain thing for clarification on the neural network and its application I cover? If there is no response, shall I go ahead? Okay, let me go ahead and complete it. Then we'll have further interaction. So over here, about the fuzzy logic, so it is a form of representation which we can say it is not so clear. Okay, so if something is not so clear, that means that is blurred. We can able to say. So I was telling you about this speed example. That is whenever we are talking about a snail that is very small creature that is moving very slow, and we can say it as speed is equal to 0 almost. And when it is a leopard, that is a very fast running animal, so its speed is equal to 1. But every problem we cannot able to say it as 0 or 1 or slow or fast. We can able to say that when we are talking about the fuzzy based representation, again, if there are more creatures are there, then we can say that snail is the slowest, then tortoise is slow, dog is fast, and leopard is fastest. So based upon their thing, we got segregated into 0 to 0.25, 0.25 to 0.5, 0.5 to 0.75, and 0.75 to 1. Like that we have segregated. Okay, so now we can able to say them that how we can able to say that they are the representative, that instead of giving them concrete values, we have given them slowest, slow, fast, and fastest. So in order to represent them effectively, then what we need is fuzzy logic. Okay, so the fuzzy logic has been started by Latif Azar Jade. He is the father of the fuzzy logic, 1965. Okay, so And there are many more other professors also. They have contributed immensely to the fuzzy logics and system development. So this is very important from a fuzzy logic point of view, that there are fuzzy membership functions. Okay, so if we are saying about temperature of a particular room, then if it is between 0 to 30 degree Fahrenheit, then we are saying that it is freezing, and 30 to 70 Fahrenheit, we are saying it as cool. Then means you can able to observe that we have represented it in the form of trapezoidal and triangular functions. Okay, freezing, cool, warm, and hot. Okay, so more than 190 degree Fahrenheit, we are saying it as hot. Then in between this freezing to the hot, we are saying it freezing, cool, warm, and hot, like that type of representation. So every fuzzy things you can represent it either with like over here triangular and trapezoidal functions. You can also represent them with Gaussian function. You can represent them with other type of functions also, but triangular and Gaussians are mostly used. So then there is a interesting thing is about fuzzy logic principles. The principles are fuzzy disjunction and fuzzy conjunction. Okay, so these two rules you need to understand, that if we are saying about, if we are representing them with this type of representation like cool, warm, hot, then there are membership we are defining, then there are probabilistic values, and from those values we need to calculate the things. So over here A or B, that defines in fuzzy logic maximum of A and B. So if A has certain value and B has certain value, A or B represents maximum of A and B. Okay, so if I am saying that A has a thing in this triangular function, A value is 0.375 and B value is 0.75, then A or B is equal to C, then this 0.375 and 0.75, among these two things maximum value is 0.75, so its value comes out to be 0.75. Then fuzzy conjunction, like I told you, fuzzy disjunction is maximum of A and B. So fuzzy conjunction is minimum of A and B, that is defined by A and B. Okay, so this is A or B, and here it is A and B, that is minimum of A and B. So this is 0.375, 0.75. So A and B will lead to the minimum value, that is 0.375. So now suppose we are saying that calculate A and B, that is A is given is 0.4 and B is given is 20. So what we need to do? Okay, so we need to define that at 0.4 what is the projection for A. At 0.4 x-axis the projection is 0.7 for A, and for B for 20 the projection is 0.9. So if we are taking for G, A and B, that is the minimum value is 0.7. So like that you can able to calculate with respect to the fuzzy membership function any of the triangular or Gaussian values. So fuzzy then comes to the fuzzy control. So giving you an example of the fuzzy control, it tells you about deriving the logic with which you can able to control the entire system. So giving you an example, suppose I am driving a bike or a car, then how fast I am going to drive today. So that will depends upon the weather, and there are various conjunction and disjunction principles we can apply to determine that how fast a particular person will drive. So it depends upon, first thing is temperature, okay, and then the cloud condition. So for temperature, we are defining that a day's temperature is whether it is freezing type, cool type, warm type, or hot type, which type of temperature is. And what is the cloud, what is the condition of the weather? The condition of the weather is whether sunny or partly cloudy, or it is overcast, like that. So the cloud cover, if it is less than 40, we are saying it's sunny, and then 20 to 80, we are defining it to partly cloudy, and if it is 60 to 100, then we are saying it as overcast, this type of thing. So whether based upon this particular temperature and cover, whether I have to move slow or whether I have to move fast, that is the decision I have to take with the fuzzy logic. Okay, so whether I have to slow means I am defining it less than 25 is slow. If it is more than 25, it is little bit fast. Then between 25 to 75, it is in between range. Okay, and more than 75, it will become fast. So these are the rules. So whenever you will tell about the fuzzy logic, then you will always be telling about fuzzy rules. So if it is, we have defined certain rules, like if it is a sunny and it is a warm thing, then you should drive fast. If it is a cloudy and cool thing, then you should drive slow. So this is what between fuzzy conjunction and fuzzy disjunction we are defining the rules. Okay, in fuzzy logic everything is based upon such type of formulation of rules. Okay, so driving speed, your ultimate driving speed would be a combination of output of these rules. Okay, we are saying that if it is sunny and warm, then you should drive fast. If it is cloudy and cool, you should drive slow. Okay. So how now the question is, just giving you an example, how now the question has come that a given condition that at 65, how fast I will go if it is 65 degree Fahrenheit and 25% cloud coverage. Okay, now my fuzzy controller will give me an answer that how fast I have to drive that if this particular condition is given. Okay, so for this solving this particular problem, what I need to do, 65 degree Fahrenheit and 25% cloud coverage. 65 degree Fahrenheit, so at 65 I have drawn this sketch. Okay, so that is defining it is 0.4 cool and 0.7 warm. You can observe. Okay, now 25% cloud coverage. 25% cloud coverage means what? When I have drawn a line from 25% cloud coverage, you observe that it is sunny is 0.8 and cloudy is 0.2. So you can able to observe in this particular thing when I have derived 65, this is 65. Okay, so at 65 when I have drawn these lines, so this is cool is equal to this is touching this cool over here, and this is touching this warm at this particular point. So corresponding to this, if we are observing, the cool is 0.4, okay, and this warm is 0.7. And if I am taking it cloudy, it's 25%, this is 25. Okay, so 25% coverage if I am taking, so corresponding to this, over here you observe that the sunny is 0.8, over here this is 0.8, and over here this is 0.2. So for this particular thing, now we can able to calculate the conditions that if it is sunny and warm, fast, and if it is cloudy and cool, then slow. So this is fast, you have to so we have applied the conjunction principle, so we have to I have to drive 70% fast and 20% slow. So what is the inference of this? 70% fast and 20% slow. So that one we have to infer with defuzzification rule. Okay, so 70% fast and 20% slow. So over here, you now understand that 100% is 25. Over here, fast 100% is 75. So over here, 20% fast and 70% slow. So that means 2 into 25 plus 7 into 75 divided by 2 plus 7. So that is how we have defuzzified the things, and I have to drive with a speed of 63.8 meter per hour. Okay, so this is a very simplified example with which I have discussed with you this fuzzification and defuzzification process. Okay, I hope you would have got some idea about the fuzzification, fast and slow based upon this temperature. Okay, control. I have given you this example. So if you have some queries, I will happy to be answering them over here. So in the chart, some of the participants have written that what is the difference between this artificial intelligence and machine learning. So this machine learning, we can able to say that machine learning can is a way of training the machines. You can say there are many logics, many concepts, they are there to train the machines. Artificial intelligence is a portion of intelligent techniques to be applied for the machines. So besides the intelligence techniques, there are classical things are also there which can be applied for the machine learning. Okay, statistical techniques are also there, they can be used for machine learning. Artificial intelligence just is a type with which we can perform the machine learning. Besides artificial intelligence, other techniques can also be used. So if there are any more doubt, you can ask me about the concepts I taught you about the artificial neural network, its application, and the fuzzy logic and its application. Or you can write in this chart also. I can have a look at this chart and I can able to reply you. Yeah, there is a question between difference between AI and inference engine. So inference engine is also a type of artificial intelligence only, I can able to say, but the inference engine can be of it may be equipped with artificial intelligence or it may not be equipped with artificial intelligence. Inference engine gives you an output. It takes the input and gives you an output, but the inside one, it may be statistical, it may be artificial intelligence based. So both types can be there in inference engine. Any other query? You can directly unmute yourself and ask me, or you can able to write on this chat box as well.
Dr. Nanda,
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Dr. Nanda. I'm Dr.
Yeah.
Rathi. Yes, because of some issue of connectivity, I could not be with you during the last 10-15 minutes. Now, you
Okay.
have received some queries?
Yeah, I am answering them.
Yes, carry on for a few more minutes.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So if there are any more queries, participants, you can write it over here in the chat.
Has appeared on this chat
Difference
box
between
between AI
AI
and
and
information system.
Yeah. So information system, you can say that information system is especially about informatics. Okay, informatics is a thing that has come out from the data science, you can say, and from the data interpretation point of view, you can able to extract information. Okay, so from raw data you can able to extract informations, and from the informations you can able to process them, and the processed information do contribute to knowledge. Okay, but always it may not be. So if it contributes to the knowledge and knowledge development, then it becomes artificial intelligence. If it does not give you any significant knowledgeous contribution, then it is just a information system, you can say, or information processing unit, you can say. If it is a knowledge sharing based thing, knowledge development based thing, then it is artificial intelligence. Otherwise, it is just a information processing system.
So next is, what could be the hardware to implement fuzzy logics to say 10 types of inputs?
Yeah, so
Microcontroller or other device.
yeah. So about the hardware, you can able to say that nowadays, first thing is whenever you are talking about the thing, then you should primarily concern about the software implementation. Then you should go for hardware, because directly you should not go for hardware. You should go for first software and check that with the 10 type of inputs you are taking, that your system is running or not. Okay, once your system is running, that means you can able to program it either with MATLAB or with any of the VLSI tool. If you are or with Python, any of the thing. So it is better if you have a common platform, then dump it in the common platform. Common platform means to say, if you can able to do it with a little bit C, C++ kind of thing, or with Python, then you can dump it with your DSP tools, okay? Or you can DSP hardwares like 6713, 6717 best boards, you can able to dump it. Or you can able to dump it with your FPGA boards, okay? So if you have your FPGAs available, then you can easily able to do that. Yeah. But about the microcontroller, it is also advisable to do it with microcontroller, but before applying it to the microcontroller, you should be ensure that your system is working fine. The fuzzy logic you have developed, that is working fine. If it is that you need to be ensured about the software part. Once it becomes, once you are unsure about it, then you go ahead with the specific microcontrollers and you need to make the real-time system. So before making the real-time system in the microcontroller or other device, I will suggest that you should take the generalized DSP boards or generalized FPGA boards and dump it over there, test it. If it is working fine, then shift the entire process to the microcontroller. Then in microcontroller, it will work, definitely work very fine. That should be the procedure to be adopted, because if you are directly going with the microcontroller and trying to resolve the thing, if you would not become success, then your microcontroller and all the programming will you may not able to develop the proper hardware, and there will be a lot of resources get unutilized. Okay, so for that one, it is advisable that you should first test it with software effectively, then dump it with generalized hardware, then go to microcontroller. Can AI give two answers? For certain problem, can AI give two answers? Maybe yes. It can give you two answers based upon the conditions, and maybe it can give you a unique answer also. It depends upon the problem. So if there are errors, then AI may also lead into error. It depends upon the type of algorithm you are using. So if the AI algorithm you are using is very correct and very accurate, then it will give you a unique answer also.
So I think queries have been well replied. No more queries is coming from the participants. Sir, I, on behalf of Shankara Group of Institutions, give sincere thanks to you for giving practical insight to the whole concept of Internet of Things and artificial intelligence, and how these technologies can be applied to washing machines, vehicles. You have well illustrated. And most importantly, multiple layer of neuron, which appear to be slightly complicated, but you have made it in a very simple way. In between also, you have responded and attended to the queries of the participant in a very nice way, in a very educative and informative way. So thanks you very much, sir.
Thanks,
We see you, we see you next time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Dear participants, according to the schedule, the next session will be tomorrow. So tomorrow sharp 10 will start the session, 10 to 11:30, and then we'll be having a break of 1 hour, and then 12:30 will start the next session. So kindly go through the schedule and we'll start our session. So be on time. Thank you. Thank you very much.